He joins here in Crumpsall, Greater Manchester, at the scene of that terrorist attack at a local synagogue here yesterday morning. I just want to bring you this. We've had a statement from the suspected attacker's family. He was named by police as Jihad al-Shami, a British national of Syrian descent, 35-year-old. The al-Shami have put out a family statement on Facebook. They have said the news from Manchester regarding the terrorist attack targeting a Jewish synagogue has been a profound shock to us. The al-Shami family in the UK and abroad strongly condemns this heinous act which targeted peaceful, innocent civilians. We fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what has happened. Our hearts and thoughts are with the victims and their families, and we pray for their strength and comfort. We kindly request that all media outlets respect the family's privacy during this very difficult time and refrain from using this tragic event in any context that does not reflect the truth. The family go on to say, may God have mercy on the innocent victims, and we pray for the swift recovery of the injured. It is signed Faraj al-Shami, the al-Shami family, UK and abroad. So that is a statement that has been released by the family of the suspected attacker of the synagogue attack here in Greater Manchester yesterday. I'm just hearing news that one of those killed in yesterday's attacks, you'll remember it was two British Jews, two members of this Jewish community here in Greater Manchester that died. We understand that one of them died from gunshot wounds. We do not have any further details of that, but the two British Jews killed in yesterday's attack, we are hearing that one of them died from gunshot wounds, which is yet another shocking turn of events in a chain of shocking events that had started yesterday morning. We should just reiterate that the suspected attacker did not have a firearm. The only firearms at the scene yesterday were those involving firearms officers. We'll try and get some more clarity on that emerging detail that one of the two men killed in yesterday's terrorist attack at the synagogue here in Crumpsall died from gunshot wounds. Well, in the last few minutes, we have had confirmation that the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has been here in Crumpsall to visit the scene of that terrorist incident yesterday. These are some images we have of that visit. He was here alongside Lady Starmer. We know that she attended a synagogue with the Prime Minister last night to show solidarity with the British Jewish community. The Prime Minister and his wife are meeting, as you see there, members of the police, and we understand that they spoke to emergency responders as well, emergency services, who were very quick to be on the scene yesterday. As we've been telling you here on Sky News, the attack unfolded and was over inside 7 minutes after a swift response from firearms officers and emergency services. But the Prime Minister coming up to Manchester this morning to visit the synagogue, no doubt meeting some of those involved in that attack, those caught up in it, the innocent Jews there to worship and those who responded and came to their defence. But I think we can now speak to our political correspondent Amanda Acass, who is following events in Westminster. And Amanda, it was believed that the Prime Minister would make the journey up to Manchester at some point today, but of course because of heightened security we've only been able to bring that news to those watching now. Have we had any more detail about what happened during his visit?
Well, at the moment, we know that he attended the scene of the synagogue alongside his wife, Lady Victoria Starmer. They're pictured holding hands as they walked towards the scene of the attack, and they met a number of police officers there, spoke to officers at the scene. And clearly, I think for the Prime Minister, it was very important to travel to Manchester as soon as possible. Yesterday, he was in Copenhagen. He came back to London to chair the Cobra meeting yesterday afternoon, and the Home Secretary travelled up to Manchester then. But I think today he wanted to be there himself to meet those involved, to meet and speak with the officers involved in the response to the attack. Because, of course, he's spoken about the importance of wanting to put his arms around the Jewish community, to do everything in his power to guarantee their safety going forward. And I think it's very important for him, not just as the Prime Minister of the country at a time of crisis in this way, but also personally to show this solidarity. His wife, Lady Victoria, is of Jewish heritage. The family observe Jewish customs, and last night both of them, alongside Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, attended a synagogue in London as well to show their solidarity. So clearly a very significant moment for them to be able to be there and pay their respects to the victims, having paid tribute to them and their families yesterday. He also talked, of course, about the rise of anti-Semitic hatred in Britain, saying that Britain must defeat it once again, which is a powerful message that we've heard from politicians across the spectrum. Of course, there is criticism of the government's actions up until now. We've heard from the Israeli Foreign Secretary, Gideon Sidar, who has spoken about the government not doing enough to curb the rise of anti-Semitism in this country, which is a discussion which will clearly go forward in coming days.
Amanda, thank you. Amanda Acas, following events for us from Westminster. It's just gone 11 o'clock. You're watching Sky News, continuing to bring you the latest developments after yesterday's terrorist incident here in Greater Manchester at the local synagogue. I just want to bring you more on that update we got from Greater Manchester Police. 2 members of the Jewish community died following that terrorist incident yesterday. We now understand that one of them died from gunshot wounds. This is an update we've been given from Chief Constable Sir Stephen Watson from Greater Manchester Police, which says following the terrorist incident yesterday at the Heaton Park Hebrew congregation in Middleton Road, Crumpsall, further and urgent inquiries continue. Overnight, we have taken advice from the Home Office pathologist ahead of full post-mortem examination scheduled for later today. The Home Office pathologist has advised that he has provisionally determined that one of the deceased victims would appear to have suffered a wound consistent with a gunshot injury. It is currently believed that the suspect, Jihad al-Shami, was not in possession of a firearm, and the only shots fired were from GMP's authorised firearms officers as they worked to prevent the offender from entering the synagogue and causing further harm to our Jewish community. It follows, therefore, that subject to further forensic examination, this injury may sadly have been sustained as a tragic and unforeseen consequence of the urgently required action taken by my officers to bring this vicious attack to an end. We have also been advised by medical professionals that one of the 3 victims currently receiving in hospital has also suffered a gunshot wound, which is mercifully not life-threatening. It is believed that both of the victims were close together behind the synagogue door as worshippers acted bravely to prevent the attacker from gaining entry. Our thoughts and prayers remain with all of the families and the wider community impacted by this incident across Greater Manchester and beyond. Specialist officers are providing support and care for all of those directly affected, including our brave first responders. So that is the update from Chief Constable Sir Stephen Watson of Greater Manchester Police. Well, let's bring in our Chief North of England correspondent Shingi Marike, who can react to that statement from Greater Manchester Police, because this is yet another tragic twist in this awful tale that started yesterday morning. As we said there, the only people in possession of firearms yesterday were the police.
Yeah, this is a considerable and, as you say, a tragic update. I mean, this already was a tragic incident. That statement from Greater Manchester Police, in it reveals that the only people who had firearms, which we surmised anyway, were the police officers, and therefore the death of one person via a gunshot wound would have been fired. That's what the working assumption is, fired by a police officer. And just going through that statement, a few key details here, really. Them saying that Jihad al-Shami was not in possession of a firearm. Therefore, the injury may sadly have been sustained as a tragic and unforeseen consequence of urgently required action taken by my officers to bring this vicious attack to an end. And if you think about the emergency response, we were talking about it all day yesterday, those 7 minutes in which they got to the scene. It's a reminder, in a high-speed, highly delicate policing operation, things can go wrong, and that's what appears to have happened here. And we also know that another person who was injured, who's in hospital, that third person who presented at hospital later was also struck by a gunshot. The statement is saying that it is believed both victims were close together, so this other person was there too. Behind the synagogue door, as worshippers acted bravely to prevent the attacker from gaining entry. So what you've got there is also a vivid picture of the distressing scenes in which the police came here, they tried to take action, and they're saying now that one victim was killed by a gunshot wound and another person is in hospital with another gunshot fired by those armed officers.
Yeah, it just feeds into the picture of what we know unfolded, like you said, in those 7 minutes. Eyewitnesses reporting the suspected attacker banging with the knife on the windows of the synagogue, trying to get in, and this sense of urgency both from the attacker to get in, those inside trying to keep him out, and the police as well. So when these kinds of incidents happen, as you said, and as we often speak to former firearms officers, they try to instill the sense that it's split-second decisions that are involved in this.
Yeah, that's right. Armed responses are so complicated.
Highly pressurised.
Highly pressurised, and as you say, split-second responses. And I think in that statement, Sir Stephen Watson trying to get across that this was already a vicious attack, a tragic incident in which they were trying to respond to at high speed, and this information is obviously going to add to the sense of tragedy around this, for sure. And I also was going to say, there's obviously now questions to be asked. So we know that when someone is shot and killed by officers, the IOPC then launch a probe looking at what has happened, and I assume that this will form part of a wider probe and wider questions to be asked about what occurred.
Greater Manchester Police have been very forthcoming in updates. This police investigation proceeding at pace. Obviously, information coming out about the two British Jews killed during that terror attack at the local synagogue, but we are also getting details about the attacker. We have his name, we have his age. The Home Secretary today confirming details about him being a British national of Syrian descent, coming to the UK as a small child. But we've also had the statement from his family as well, distancing themselves from this attack and expressing their sympathies.
Yeah, that's right. That also coming through in the last few moments or so, that statement from his family, saying, the family both here and abroad, saying that they obviously do not condone what's happened, that this is a tragedy. And I think we have more of that statement, and in it they say that the news regarding the terrorist attack has been a profound shock to us. The Al-Shami family in the UK and abroad strongly condemns this heinous act which targeted peaceful, innocent civilians, and they distanced themselves from what's happened. Yeah,
no doubt this will feed into the police investigation, because of course there was a delay in releasing the suspected attacker's identity yesterday, with the police of course wanting to get it right and finding out more about them, and in terms of what they will be doing now to identify a motive, because that has not been established yet. It's clear that this was an attack on British Jews, but the motive as yet we do not know. The police have not released that, may not indeed themselves know, but talking to the family and building that picture of any kind of motive, ideology, if he was working alone, because we know that there have been 3 arrests made in connection with what happened yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's highly unusual for a family to come out with a statement as an investigation is ongoing, and it's quite a strongly worded one at that. But as you were saying yesterday, they said that they had established an identity quite quickly, but they wanted to allow for time to let the investigation carry out its course, for them to speak to this man's family and to speak to people who knew him. And as part of that wide-ranging investigation here in Manchester, we know that there have been searches at addresses near here, addresses in Prestwich, which is not too far from here. It's about 2 miles away, a very short drive. So it just reminds you of sort of the broader thrust of this investigation, which isn't just here at this scene, but it's at multiple scenes across the city as they try to build a picture of who this man was.
OK, Shingi, thank you very much. Shingi Marike, they're reacting to the latest developments, quite a few of them coming within the last few minutes or so here on Sky News. Let's just talk to you about the Prime Minister. He has been here in Manchester this morning. He arrived with his wife, Lady Starmer, arriving at the Heaton Park Synagogue a little earlier where yesterday's attack happened. Speaking last night, you may remember the Prime Minister vowed to do everything in his power to protect Jewish communities here in the UK following the terror attack. Police have this morning named the 2 men who were killed in that attack. 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz, pictured here, and 53-year-old Adrian Dalby, both members of this Jewish community here in Crumpsall. Formal identification is yet to take place, we understand, but officers have said that their families have been informed and are being supported. Meanwhile, as we were just hearing from Shingi there, the attacker has been named by police Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. We know that he drove into worshippers arriving at the synagogue before then getting out of his car and stabbing a man. He was shot dead by armed police officers. 3 people still in hospital this morning with serious injuries. One we know suffered a stab wound. Another was struck by the car driven by the attacker, and the other suffered an injury which may have been sustained while officers were trying to stop the attacker. We now believe that to be the person who was shot, but does not have life-threatening injuries as a result. That bit of information coming out within the last few minutes from Greater Manchester Police. Meanwhile, the Metropolitan Police in London have been addressing pro-Palestinian protests, one of which took place last night. There is another planned for tomorrow in Trafalgar Square. The forces urge protesters to delay or cancel the protests so more officers can be deployed to communities. The Home Secretary also telling Sky News this morning that she was disappointed to see the protests go ahead, saying it was deeply un-British behaviour. The Home Secretary also saying any protester who steps outside the law will feel its full force.
I was very disappointed to see those protests go ahead last night. I think that behaviour is fundamentally un-British. I think it's dishonourable. I would have wanted those individuals to just take a step back. The issues that are driving those protests have been going on now for some time. They don't look like they're going to come to an end any day soon. They could have stepped back and just given a community that has suffered deep loss just a day or two to process what has happened and to carry on with the grieving process. I think some humanity could have been shown. I am disappointed that humanity and solidarity wasn't shown to our Jewish community, and I have made sure that the police have all of the resources they need to ensure that they are able to police these protests. As we spoke about earlier, something like 40 arrests were made last night, and we will make sure that any protests that go ahead comply with the law, and where someone steps outside of the law of our land, they will be arrested.
Well, let's remind you how events unfolded here in Crumpsall yesterday morning, that terrorist attack at the local synagogue. The first emergency call was made to police at 9:31 a.m. yesterday morning. Police were told a man had been stabbed and a car driven into members of the public at Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue. 3 minutes later, firearms officers were deployed to Middleton Road as police received further reports that a security guard had been attacked with a knife. When police arrived, there was a car close to the front gates of the synagogue with a victim lying on the floor. At 9:38, at the front of the building, officers confronted the attacker before opening fire and killing him. Hours later, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a police cordon was put up on White House Avenue, which is less than half a mile from the synagogue. Witnesses saying 2 men were led away in handcuffs by police. Well, a little earlier here on Sky News, I spoke to Josh Aronson, who lives opposite the synagogue, and he told me what it was like when he heard the attack unfold.
Both of them were incredible people. They had good hearts, loved each other. In fact, Adrian, every Shabbat when I would walk out, as I was walking towards the synagogue that I occasionally go, because I usually go to another synagogue where my brother's a cantor. But he always saw me, he would always wave, "Oh Josh, good to see you, Shabbat Shalom. How are you, what's the news?" You know, he always had that smile on his face, always there for the community. And Malvin was just such a special person. I mean, this morning when I told my wife's name, when my wife heard Malvin's name, she burst out crying. And that's how special Malvin was, that it means so much. You know, that he was someone that really, cared for the community and was there for the community. I think it's on us now to analyze, to discuss, But one thing I do want to say, Keir Starmer says, oh, we're going to put more security. I don't think we need more security. What we need is dialogue. You can't fight violence with violence, hatred with hatred. What you need is dialogue, programs in order for one another to learn from one another. And I'm not only talking about the non-Jews to learn about the Jews. I'm talking the Jewish people also have to learn about the non-Jewish religion. Islam, Hinduism, Sikhism, Christianity. There's so much that each of us have to learn, and that combats hatred by understanding one another, by knowing one another. That is just what creates that power of knowledge from one another.
Reacting to yesterday's attack, the UK's chief rabbi, Sir Ephraim Mervis, gave this statement. It's the day we hoped we would never see, but which deep down we knew would come. For so long, we have witnessed an unrelenting wave of Jew hatred on our streets, on campuses, on social media and elsewhere. This is the tragic result. This is not only an assault on the Jewish community, but an attack on the very foundations of humanity and the values of compassion, dignity and respect, which we all share. May the victims' memories be for a blessing, and may the injured be granted a swift recovery. I pray that this tragedy strengthens our collective resolve to confront anti-Semitism in all its guises, once and for all. The words of the Chief Rabbi. Well, joining me now, Baroness Juliet Neuberger, a senior rabbi and crossbench here. Thank you so much for joining us here on Sky News. First of all, your response to the events of the last 24 hours and that terrorist attack on British Jews here in Manchester.
So very much like the Chief Rabbi, shocked, saddened, not wholly surprised. I mean, I think we've known something like this would happen at some stage. There has been, he's absolutely right, an unrelenting increase in anti-Semitism in the UK. I mean, I'm London born and bred. I never really encountered any anti-Semitism until probably about 10 years ago. It's really got worse, and it doesn't really affect people my age as much, but younger people, young Jews on university campuses, particularly children getting catcalls, that sort of stuff has got really, really serious. I think there is a rising tide of anti-Semitism, as people have been saying.
What has caused it, do you think? Over the course of the last 24 hours, people have been reflecting on the last 2 years, but the threat against Jewish people globally, but we're talking about British Jews in the UK, has been here for as long as people can remember. But in terms of, you say 10 years ago you started to notice it, what do you think started that rise?
I think it's a mixture of things, and it's very difficult to analyse in enormous detail. I think one of the things that happened was that the living memory of the Holocaust and people's reaction to that was dying back. Is one of the things. And although we have Holocaust education, etc., that's not the same as people really remembering it and remembering the newsreel when they actually saw it in 1945, 1946. So I think that's one bit of it. Anti-Semitism is the age-old hatred. It probably started, it's pre-Christianity, it started in ancient Egypt. So, it comes and it goes. It's difficult to know. I think that Jeremy Corbyn's leadership of the Labour Party licensed it within the Labour Party. I think that was very much the case, and I thought that was really terrible and really saddening. And I think that, the war in Gaza has exacerbated it amongst those who cannot tell the difference between Jews in Britain and what the Israeli government is doing. But it's a mixture of all of those things. But you do have to remember all the time that it is the oldest hatred. It does come back.
I do have to point out that Jeremy Corbyn hasn't been offered a right of reply to that comment. I'm sure we will hear from him throughout the course of the coming days. But the Labour government in power now, you've got a Prime Minister admitting that there is a rising wave of anti-Semitism in the UK. The statistics back that up. It's a fact. But when he was talking yesterday about how to tackle it, he was talking about increased security, heightened police presence. But in terms of tackling this long term, having a zero tolerance approach to anti-Semitism, what is it you want from Keir Starmer's government?
Well, I want a mixture of things. I want some of the things they've already done. So we had the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Foreign Secretary in Synagogue yesterday evening at the end of the Yom Kippur service as a kind of, if you like, sign of solidarity. That is amazing. And a number of people who have reached out in the most extraordinary way. Many of my Muslim friends and work colleagues have reached out. That is absolutely wonderful. So we want that. Yes, of course, we're going to have increased security, which I wish we didn't have to have. The gentleman whose name I didn't catch, you were interviewing earlier, who was saying, yes, but we need dialogue. We need to talk to everybody, whether they be Muslim, Sikh, Hindu, whatever, whoever they are, that we need that as well. And I'm absolutely sure that we need to do more work in schools. We need to be talking to children in schools. There are already a couple of sort of imams and rabbis going into schools together to talk to children. We need to see much more of that across the different faiths and none. I think we need to do a lot of education and we need to do a lot of community building. And I do want to say, with the news coming through that Sarah Mullally is going to be the next Archbishop of Canterbury, she has been a great voice for tolerance and a great friend to the Jewish community, and that's seriously good news.
Yeah, and she did address the incident here in Greater Manchester in her first speech as Archbishop in her first address just a few moments ago. If you'll just bear with me a second, I just want to bring those watching an update on the news that you may well have heard yourself a little earlier. Greater Manchester Police saying that one of the British Jews killed in yesterday's terrorist incident was shot. And of course, the only people with firearms during yesterday's incident were firearms officers. The suspected attacker did not have a firearm. Well, we are hearing from Greater Manchester Police that they are now referring themselves to the IOPC, which of course investigates police conduct and these kind of incidents, because of course that is yet another tragic twist in that incident yesterday. One of the members of the community here shot by police as they tried to stop that attacker from entering the synagogue. If I may, I'll just pick up on that interview and ask you what you would say to British Jews living in the UK. They are getting assurances from, the highest authority possible, the Prime Minister, talking about police resources, keeping them safe, standing shoulder to shoulder with them in solidarity. And you yourself have expressed how leaders of different faiths have reached out to you, and indeed I've heard that here in this community, this diverse community that I'm standing here in Manchester. But what would you say to those who, had fears before this happened, and to them this is their worst fear realised?
I would say that it is awful, and it's the sort of thing that, yes, we did see that this possibly was going to happen, but, you have to stand up and be proud of who you are. And we have to do some reaching out as well. That will be part of what we've got to do in the wake of this. Awful as it is, we have to see that there's been a climate of hatred. It's not only anti-Semitism, there is Islamophobia. We're seeing more hatred in our society. We feel less tolerant, and perhaps part of our job, and it's difficult as today, particularly in the wake of yesterday, but part of our job is to help make us a more tolerant society as we were.
Baroness Newberg, Senior Rabbi at West London Synagogue, Britain's first female rabbi to have her own synagogue and crossbench peer. Really appreciate your contribution to our programme this afternoon. Thank you so much on what is a really difficult day for British Jews, really difficult 2 days, that terrorist incident unfolding yesterday morning, the ripple effect of which still very much being felt today and will be in the coming days, weeks and months. Our North of England correspondent Shingi Mararike joins me now because we have had a number of significant updates from Greater Manchester Police. It's worth recapping those for people just joining Shingi.
Yeah, that's right. A number of significant updates over the last few minutes, really, including the fact now we know that Greater Manchester have referred themselves to the IOPC, the Independent Office for Police Conduct, off the back of what appears to be news that one of the shots fired by officers who attended the scene yesterday struck one of the victims. So that is something that happens off the back of incidents like this, but nonetheless it will be shocking. And in that statement, Sir Stephen Watson getting across the gravity of the situation, really, and a bit more detail, saying that it's currently believed that the suspect, Jihad al-Shami, was not in possession of a firearm, and the only shots fired were from GMP's authorised firearms officers as they worked to prevent the offender from entering the synagogue and causing further harm to the Jewish community. And it goes on to say that the injury may sadly have been sustained as a tragic, unforeseen consequence of urgently required action taken by my officers to bring this vicious attack to an end. And just another detail there, they're saying that a third person who went to hospital, there are 3 people in hospital with injuries, one of them has gunshot wounds, also fired by GMP officers responding to the situation.
Yeah, because the detail we had known about that third person in hospital is that they may have been injured while officers were trying to stop the suspect. We now know that it was a gunshot wound, not life-threatening. But it gives us a picture of what was unfolding there in those 7 minutes, because from the first emergency call from a member of the public to firearms officers arriving and fatally wounding the suspect, a lot was happening. And in the synagogue, those inside worshipping were aware of what was happening and were trying to barricade themselves in. And it just gives us a picture of what was happening in that short time frame.
Yeah, a high-speed, high-pressure response by the police, and in that a lot of things were happening. And it's also pointed at in that statement by Sir Stephen Watson, because he says that it is believed that both victims, so we understand someone died of stab wounds as well as the person who died of gunshot wounds, so both victims were close together behind the synagogue door as worshippers acted bravely to prevent the attacker from gaining entry. So what you have here is people on Yom Kippur in the synagogue to worship, trying to stop this man getting in. The police are called within 7 minutes. Shots are fired while people are trying to stop someone getting into the synagogue, and people have lost their lives. And now the Greater Manchester Police Force is referring themselves to the regulator because they, by this statement at least, seem to have fired the shots that killed one of the victims and injured another person who's in hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
Another statement we've had this morning, perhaps one that was more unexpected, is from the suspect's family. They put out a statement on social media distancing themselves from the attack.
Yeah, that's right. So the suspect, Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent, and highly unusual statement for that to happen during an ongoing police inquiry. They've put out a statement distancing themselves from what has happened, essentially. And in that statement, they say that the news from Manchester regarding the terrorist attack targeting a synagogue has been a profound shock to us. The al-Shami family in the UK and abroad strongly condemns this heinous act which targeted peaceful, innocent civilians. Then they say, we fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what has happened. Their hearts are with the victims and their families. So a statement from the family of the man who was shot and killed off the back of trying to enter the synagogue and trying to do harm to the community.
Okay, Shingi, thank you. Shingi Marike, following those developments for us here in Greater Manchester this morning. Well, we've seen the Prime Minister. He's been up here in Manchester. We can bring in our political correspondent, Amanda Akas, who has been following the Prime Minister's visit. Amanda?
Yes, so Sir Keir Starmer and his wife, Lady Victoria, have visited the scene of the attack at the synagogue. They are pictured walking hand in hand, shaking hands with a number of officers there at the scene. And clearly it was very important for the Prime Minister to be there, not just clearly as the leader of the country responding in a time of crisis, but also as a show of solidarity to the Jewish community. And it's personal for him and his wife too, because Lady Victoria is of Jewish heritage. Sir Keir Starmer has spoken before about how their family mark and celebrate Jewish festivals and customs. And so we know that last night, the two of them, alongside the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, attended a synagogue in London, again, to show solidarity with the communities. It's all in keeping with the language that he's been using as well. He spoke yesterday about wanting to throw his arms around the Jewish community and pledging to do everything in his power to guarantee their safety in future, as well as acknowledging the rise of anti-Semitic hatred in Britain, which he said Britain must defeat it once again. So strong words too we've heard today from the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, who is in Manchester as well, meeting with the police. She was there yesterday afternoon as well, but this morning she's been talking in particular about those protests which went ahead last night in Manchester, London and elsewhere, pro-Palestine protests, and saying that she believed it was profoundly un-British for those to have gone ahead. She said she was disappointed that they hadn't been postponed. She urged the organisers of such protests to show some humanity for a community still grieving and still in shock for what happened, saying, of course, she understands the concern around the situation in Gaza, but that she believes that those protests should be delayed for some time. Now, the Metropolitan Police have also put out a statement urging the organisers of a Defend Our Juries protest, which is happening today in support of Palestine Action, calling them in quite no uncertain terms to call that off today, saying it's using up resources which they wanted to be able to deploy for the protection of the Jewish community. So clearly that is a debate which is happening in terms of the politics, the political response around all of this. Shabana Mahmood talked about the importance of ensuring that no one in our society should feel unsafe just going around their day-to-day business, saying she understands from speaking to many members of the Jewish community that people feel that something like this, there was only a matter of time before something like this happened, and how that shouldn't be the case for anyone in our society. She said an attack like this is an attack on all of us. So I think that is a strong message from her, but clearly we've heard from the Conservatives saying that they believe the whole of society, governments, institutions should be taking a close look at what more they should be doing to combat anti-Semitism, saying it's clearly been rising for a long time and it hasn't been taken seriously enough. We've just heard as well from the chair of the all-party parliamentary group on anti-Semitism, saying Jewish communities have been warning about this for a long time and they've been ignored, saying that all political leaders should be saying in no uncertain terms that all of these protests should be cancelled now. We've also, though, heard from the leader of the Green Party, whose conference is starting today in Bournemouth, and he says he's from the Jewish community himself, indeed, in Manchester. He's got a very different perspective on all of this, and he says he hit back against that argument from the government and indeed from the Tories, and said he believes it's inappropriate and dangerous to be conflating the situation in Gaza and the Jewish community in this country, and that it's entirely appropriate for people to carry on their legitimate protests. Now, Shabana Mahmood in the long term was making that argument, but saying it's about sensitivity around the immediate aftermath, the grief that the community is feeling. And clearly, Sir Keir Starmer, in visiting Manchester, wants to show the government is listening. They want to show their solidarity with the community in Manchester, and indeed speak to the police as well. But clearly, many questions now for policing, for the Home Secretary to deal with. Now that we're learning more details about what happened in the response to the attacks.
Amanda, thank you. Amanda Acas with reaction from Westminster there. You're watching Sky News Live from Crump's Hall in Manchester, the scene of yesterday's terror attack at the local synagogue in which 2 people died. Our North of England correspondent Shingi Marike is here with me following developments. And Shingi, when you've not been on camera, you've been talking to members of the community who have, come to the police cordon to sort of talk to other people, because it's often what people do, isn't it, when these kind of events happen? They want to go and talk to other members of the community and share a bit of solidarity. What have they been saying to you?
Yeah, that's right. In between conversations with you, people have been walking over to the cordon to pay their respects. And I spoke to one man, a member of the Jewish community, who lives just yards away and was just yards away when the incident happened. And he said to me that he's upset. Yesterday was shock. Today for him it's sinking in. And then you look at those wider conversations, the rising tide of anti-Semitism. And for him, he said it was a matter, and we've had this on air with lots of guests, he said it was a matter of when rather than if, with the current climate that they're living in. And one of the things I was reflecting on over the course of this morning is the fact I've been in this synagogue. I've spoken to the Rabbi, Daniel Walker, who was pictured yesterday walking out with blood on his robes that he would especially worn for Yom Kippur as he led prayers and led the congregation. And he was hopeful and hoped that society would return to a state of harmony, and that that rising tide of anti-Semitism would subside. So for me, it's deeply striking that actually what has happened is that his synagogue has been at the heart of the biggest attack on a British synagogue that's ever happened.
Yeah, and we've just seen the Prime Minister here within the last half an hour or so going to the synagogue and wanting to speak to emergency responders and those at the synagogue. We don't know whether he met the rabbi of that synagogue. We do know that he met emergency responders. And how significant is that for people here? Because, of course, yesterday we saw the Mayor of Greater Manchester, the Manchester City Council leader and the Home Secretary here expressing solidarity with this community.
Yeah, exactly. And the Prime Minister cutting short an important trip to Copenhagen to come here on what was clearly an early tip-off that this was a terror attack. But it's also about the kind of social fabric and what it says about relationships within communities and the impact this rising anti-Semitism has had on the Jewish community, that he came back and he gave that strongly worded statement on camera yesterday as well at number 10. So I think him being here is kind of a marker of him trying to ease tensions and kind of highlight the issues of anti-Semitism as well as wider social issues as well. And this area is interesting because there are a number of communities that live side by side. There is a big Jewish community here, but there's also a big Muslim community. And I think we're seeing people of all ethnicities coming to the cordon to pay their respects, to ask about what's happened, because this is a deeply distressing thing to have taken place on their doorstep.
Yeah, we don't yet know the motive behind the attack, but we do know it was an attack on British Jews. But you talk about this being an interesting area. Muslims, Hindus, Christians, Jews all living side by side, going about their day-to-day life. And the synagogue here promotes interfaith relations. They have a lot of meetings about that, a lot of reach-out programs. So has there been a sense of shock that it has happened here? There has been a sense in this Jewish community and in Jewish communities up and down the UK that something like this was coming, given the rise in anti-Semitism. But is there a particular sense of shock that it's happened here in one of the most tolerant, diverse areas of the UK?
I think so, and this is, aside from London and parts of the south of England, the biggest Jewish population in the UK is here in Manchester, and a lot of them are in North Manchester. And another person I've spoken to over the course of reporting in the North is a man called Rabbi who goes to this synagogue and has a Jewish community organisation as well, and he was deeply shocked. He was on air in Sky News yesterday, and for him this was a day, and for the Jewish community, the Day of Atonement, the Day of Reflection, and instead it's turned into a day in which people are attacked at their place of worship. And I think it'd be a deep shock for Jews anywhere, but it happened to be here, and this big Jewish community in Manchester will now be having to come to terms with it.
OK, Shingi, thank you. We'll speak later on. Shingi Marieke, following developments here in Crumpsall, Greater Manchester, for us this morning. Well, flags are at half-mast above the palaces of Westminster, the House of Commons today. You can just see it there on your screen, a sign of solidarity and respect. Well, in the last half an hour or so, Greater Manchester Police saying one of those who died in the terrorist incident yesterday was accidentally shot by one of their firearms officers. The force now referring itself to the regulator, the Independent Office for Police Conduct. Well, let's bring you that statement from Greater Manchester Police. The Home Office pathologist has advised that he has provisionally determined that one of the deceased victims would appear to have suffered a wound consistent with a gunshot injury. It is currently believed that the suspect, Jihad al-Shami, was not in possession of a firearm, and the only shots fired were from GMP's authorised firearms officers as they worked to prevent the offender from entering the synagogue and causing further harm to our Jewish community. It follows, therefore, that subject to further forensic examination, this injury may sadly have been sustained as a tragic and unforeseen consequence of the urgently required action taken by my officers to bring this vicious attack to an end. That from the Chief Constable of GMP, Sir Stephen Watson. We're joining now former Chief Superintendent Babu Dal. Thank you for coming to join us here on Sky News. We always appreciate your time. Your response to that update from Greater Manchester Police?
Well, I'm extremely surprised. I think what we were all expecting was to have a comprehensive understanding of what was happening yesterday. I think we're learning this. In fact, it was your producer who told me the news. I wasn't aware of it until your producer contacted me. So it is worrying that that Greater Manchester Police didn't get a grip of this yesterday. And I think it'll be very extra troubling for the wider Jewish community and certainly the victim of the family that all this information wasn't gripped yesterday, and we're now having this released today. So I think there'll be a lot of questions asked. I appreciate being a firearms officer. I was a Gold Firearms Commander. Is an incredibly tough role, having to make decisions on a split second. But once you've actually had that initial information and you've dealt with the incident, and you then need to really make sure you get your facts right. And I'm afraid there was a complete failure on this, and I think this will probably add to the concerns that the wider community have around the use of firearms in these circumstances.
Referring itself to the IOPC for this incident, because what's emerged this morning within the last half an hour or so is that 3 people were shot yesterday in this incident. One of them the attacker, one a British Jew who died, and another whose identity we don't know is in hospital with a gunshot wound, not life-threatening, but still being treated. They're the facts of the matter. When you look at that on paper, as a firearms officer, as the Chief of Greater Manchester Police, to assess what in the early stages was seen to have been a very successful operation, a terrorist incident that was brought to a close inside 7 minutes.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to review how that was all seen yesterday. I mean, yesterday there was just adulation poured onto Greater Manchester Police and the firearms officers. We still don't know the full fact. We know that the person who committed these atrocious acts was carrying a knife. There was no suggestion that he had a firearm. And now what's been disclosed is that. Unfortunately, the people were dying from shotgun or bullet wounds or firearm wounds. So we still really haven't got a clearer picture. So, we've gone from sort of adulation and what an amazing police operation to actually a much more significant critique, because the information that's coming out now is indicating that one of the victims sadly was shot by a police officer.
Yeah, Dal, you'll have seen the footage of the firearms officers in the aftermath of shooting the suspect. That footage, distressing as it is, we have seen it on our screens. So we've got an idea of those moments leading up to the shooting of the suspects. But what we're starting to learn is that perhaps those British Jews shot by accident by GMP officers were perhaps behind the door of the synagogue, because we know that members there for worship, hearing what was going on outside, were physically barricading the doors to that synagogue to keep him from going inside. So what may have happened is stray bullets going into the synagogue to those that were inside the building behind the doors.
Yeah, and I suppose at the moment that is a reasonable speculation. But I think what we would have expected yesterday is a really comprehensive overview of what was happening, an understanding of what was happening, how the victims had died. And I know that from post-mortems I've attended, sometimes it's difficult to establish whether it's a knife wound or a bullet wound. That may sound unusual to people who are not aware of how those flesh wounds could look like. So there are some issues around how you're able to determine that without first having a pathologic examination. But nevertheless, the information we're getting today is significantly different from the information we got yesterday. Yesterday we were told that it was a person, it was a terrorist attack, and he had used a knife to kill two people and then was shot dead. What we're now hearing is that one of the individuals who sadly lost their life, one of the local Jewish community, died as a result of a wound. Now, I think we just need to make sure that Greater Manchester Police really do their research and get all the information out quickly in a timely manner, so we understand what the specific injuries were to each individual that died, and then give some clarity on where we are.
Guard there as well
Yeah, GMP referring themselves to the police watchdog over this development. They put out that statement within the last half an hour or so. Can we talk about the wider police investigation, Dal Babu, because that continues at pace. We know that 3 arrests have been made, 2 men and a woman in her 60s. We know that when people are arrested in connection with terrorism offences, police forces are given a lot of time to question those suspects and explore their connections. What were we going on right now?
Well, I think the issue now, yesterday, I assumed that this was really going to be a scene that was going to be closed. We'd be looking at intelligence and then having reassurance patrols to ensure that our Jewish community across the country feel safe and reassured. I think this new revelation paints a very, very different picture. I think the scene will have a lot more scrutiny in terms of where the shots were fired, who fired the shots. We'll need to know what are the injuries to all the parties to have some kind of conclusive evidence that what the weapon was that was used that ended people's lives. And I think the intelligence factor will be now looking. I beg your pardon. The intelligence cell will now be looking at how it can gain more information from all its different partners. So the intelligence will be really, really significant.
Yeah, no motive established yet, not put out there in the public domain as of yet anyway, as to the motive of this attacker in targeting the synagogue here in Greater Manchester. That remains to be seen as that police investigation continues. But we have had a statement from the suspect's family today, Dal, from the Al-Shami family, distancing themselves from 35-year-old Jihad Al-Shami, which is an unusual move. You don't normally hear from suspects' families during the course of a police investigation, not so publicly anyway. How will this be feeding into the police investigation? Because, of course, they'll be looking at his background, any potential ideology, his movements, his relatives, his friends.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is unusual for a family to put out a statement, but I think most right-minded people would be absolutely appalled at this horrific attack on our Jewish community on the most holiest day for the Jewish community. So I think the family are making it very, very clear that this is not something that they would have supported, and they find it abhorrent, like most of us do. So that's an unusual statement to make, but it probably paints a very, very clear picture of how this individual was not acting with the support and the agreement of family members. This was somebody who was acting either independently or with another group of individuals. So that is unusual. I'm not aware of families making those kind of statements in a situation like this, but it does give a clear indication of that the family want to distance themselves from somebody who's carried out this abhorrent attack.
Dal Babu, former Metropolitan Police Officer, thank you so much for your time here on Sky News this morning. Joining us now, Louis Danker, President of the Union of Jewish Students. Thank you for joining us on the programme this morning. Your reaction to yesterday's events?
Well, thank you for having me. Like the rest of the Jewish community, I'm devastated, heartbroken by yesterday's attacks. We have 2 people who've been murdered and more injured just for being Jewish, standing outside a synagogue. The Jewish community has been braced for something like this for many years, particularly given the rise in anti-Semitism since October the 7th. But nonetheless, it is shocking. I can't shake the feeling of dread in my stomach this morning. And really, really heartbreaking news.
There have been so many statements from leading Jewish figures and politicians. I'm thinking of the Chief Rabbi's statement that talks about anti-Semitism on the rise, talking about it in different facets of society. And in a number of statements, UK campuses have been highlighted as a particular target where anti-Semitism is on the rise. Perhaps you can give us an insight into the Jewish student experience on campus in the UK right now.
Yeah, look, in the year after October the 7th, we saw a 413% rise in anti-Semitic incidents on campus. That's according to the Community Security Trust. And a lot of that, we've seen the glorification of terrorist activity, and we've seen violent language. There's been a normalization of anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic rhetoric and violent language. And the truth is, violent language breeds violent acts. We can disagree, but we need to be able to do so without resorting to extremism and violence. And look, Jewish life on campus is strong, it is thriving, and it will persist. But we are facing challenges, for sure.
Are you well supported? Because some of the experiences I've been listening to and relaying here on Sky News is that anti-Semitism perhaps isn't being taken as seriously as those affected by it would like. As a student, if you are the victim of anti-Semitism on campus, do you feel well supported?
Look, we at the Union of Jewish Students spend a lot of our time in conversation with vice-chancellors, in conversation with government. In the past 24 hours, I've had conversations with government at the very highest level about bolstering that support and security for Jewish students on campus. We're working with vice-chancellors, university leaders across the board to help create that security. But the reason we create that security is so that Jewish life on campus can persist, so that it can not only survive but thrive. We have Jewish students attending events on campus in a higher number than ever before. They're seeking out Jewish communities. And it's our job at UJS and at the Community Security Trust to protect that and help secure it and allow it to thrive going forwards.
Can I ask for your view, if I may, about protests and the timing of them? We're talking about pro-Palestine protests, one of which took place in central London, just a few hours on from this terrorist attack on British Jews. There is one planned for Saturday, which organisers say will still go ahead. I'm sure we can both agree on the right to protest and to have your voice heard. But in terms of the timing of these protests, what are your thoughts on the fact that they are still going ahead in just, 48 hours on from a terrorist incident against the Jewish community?
Look, protest on campus is something Jewish students have been dealing with for 2 years now. Too often in those protests, the language, and not all protests, but some, verges on violent. And that language is part of the root cause of what we've been seeing in the past couple of days. So we are concerned about violent language at protests across the board. I'm particularly concerned next week about the second anniversary of October the 7th. There are protests arranged on campuses around the country on that day, which I think is deeply troubling and deeply disrespectful to the victims of the October 7th attacks 2 years ago. So certainly I share your concern, Jewish students share your concern about protests, and we're in conversation with the government and with university leaders in order to take action.
Yeah, what are the measures in place for Jewish students in the UK? Because we focused a lot talking over the last 24 hours about heightened security at synagogues. Of course, yesterday, a holy day, more holy days coming up for those of the Jewish faith. We know about securities in Jewish schools, but what about on campus?
I think the first thing to say is that it's not normal for Jewish school children and Jewish students to need security at their events. And I know the British public are horrified to see that that is the case, but that is the reality that we live in. So we work incredibly closely with the Community Security Trust, with university leaders and their campus security teams, and with local police liaison officers. I welcome the government's move to provide more security and more police to Jewish buildings in the coming days. And we're working around the clock to ensure that we can protect our Jewish campus events, because now more than ever, Jewish students need their Jewish societies on campus. They need the Union of Jewish Students there with them, supporting them as they navigate these difficult times.
Libby Danker, I really appreciate your time here on Sky News this afternoon. Thank you so much. Let's bring in Shingi now, our North of England correspondent. Shingi, it's worth going over the developments. There have been a number of significant developments, updates from Greater Manchester Police today.
Yeah, and I think the most significant of those is the news that the police have said that they appear to have accidentally shot 2 of the victims of the attack, one of whom died. The other is in hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. And in that extensive statement, they talk about how early results from a Home Office pathologist show that one of the victims who died has injuries that are consistent with gun wounds, and they talk about how this happened in that high-speed, high-pressure response, those 7 minutes in which they got the call and arrived on the scene, obviously sending their condolences to families as well, and they have now referred themselves to the IOPC, as is due procedure when something like this happens.
In terms of the reaction to this development, a tragic accident in what was already a tragic attack on the British Jewish community here in Greater Manchester. Have you spoken to anybody about this latest development? Because, of course, you know, concerns about security going forward over the next few days and weeks for British Jews, and, you know, this seems to have been a mistake in that security designed to protect them.
Yeah, it's really early on, but the few conversations I've had here of people have reacted with shock, but there was already deep shock and sadness about the wider incident and what had happened. And what I think is notable about that statement from Greater Manchester Police's Chief Constable is that it's reflecting on the heart of this, which is it's an attack on the Jewish community in their place of worship, and also continuing to kind of state that their thoughts and prayers remain with all of the families, the wider community who will be reacting to that news as well as the incident itself across Greater Manchester and beyond. And they say that specialist officers are providing support and care for all those directly affected, including the first responders.
And we do know that police resources are being put at the heart of Jewish communities this weekend, and increased security around synagogues, a visible police presence on the streets of Jewish communities around the UK as well. Do we know how long that will continue for?
At least here, over the course of the weekend, that's one of the many statements that Greater Manchester Police have released as this has unfolded. But in that, they're saying that they will attend places of worship, that they'll be on patrol in certain areas of Manchester, including Bury and Salford, areas of Manchester that there are high Jewish populations in, just to reassure the public. And it's a reminder that this is Shabbat as well, which is a sacred day of rest. So people who want to go about their lives, their religious rituals, the Jewish community, the notion is that they are going to have to do that with a heightened police presence off the back of what has happened.
We've also had another statement today, a more unusual and unexpected one, and that is from the family of the suspect, the 35-year-old Jihad al-Shami. The al-Shami family are putting out a statement distancing themselves from what happened here.
Yeah, that's right. That also coming in the last hour or so, a statement from the al-Shami family saying that they obviously do not condone what's happened, and as you say, putting that distance between themselves and the suspect who was shot and killed as the police reacted to the incident. And they say in that statement, we fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what has happened. Our hearts and thoughts are with the victims and their families, and we pray for their strength and comfort. And they go on to request that media outlets respect the family's privacy during this time. But that's highly unusual for a family related to a suspected offender to be putting out a statement as the investigation unfolds, which I think is a reminder of the fact that there is deep interest, and there'll be lots of questions being asked about who he was as well.
Okay, Shingi will continue to follow developments here from Greater Manchester. We'll have more for you at 12 o'clock. Stay with us. afternoon, you're watching Sky News Live from Manchester. Breaking news, it has emerged that one of the people killed in yesterday's terror attack at a synagogue here was accidentally shot by police. The Prime Minister has visited the synagogue here in Crumpsall, where 2 people died. One of the victims has been named as 53-year-old Adrian Dalby. The other victim, 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz. 3 other people remain in a serious condition in hospital today.
Everybody else, get back! If you're not involved, move back!
The suspect who police shot dead has been named Jihad al-Shami, a British citizen who came to the UK from Syria as a child. And the newly named Archbishop of Canterbury, Sarah Mullally, has said the Church of England stands with the Jewish community.
We then, as a church, have a responsibility to be a people who stand with the Jewish community against anti-Semitism in all its forms.
We'll be live from the Crumpsall area of Manchester throughout the day here on Sky News as the community struggles to come to terms with yesterday's terror attack. Well, we are in Crumpsall, Greater Manchester this afternoon, the scene of yesterday's terror attack at a synagogue. Breaking news within the last hour, police saying one of those who died in yesterday's attack was accidentally shot by one of their firearms officers. Greater Manchester Police now referring itself to the regulator, the Independent Office for Police Conduct. In a statement, the force has said the Home Office pathologist advised that the victim was provisionally determined that one of the deceased victims would appear to have suffered a wound consistent with a gunshot injury. It is currently believed that the suspect, Jihad al-Shami, was not in possession of a firearm, and the only shots fired were from GMP's authorised firearms officers as they worked to prevent the offender from entering the synagogue and causing further harm to our Jewish community. It follows, therefore, that subject to further forensic examination, this injury may sadly have been sustained as a tragic and unforeseen consequence of the urgently required action taken by my officers to bring this vicious attack to an end. The Prime Minister has been here to Greater Manchester to visit the synagogue just over 24 hours after the Jewish community was targeted in a terror attack on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year. Sir Keir Starmer, accompanied by his wife, Lady Victoria, arriving at the Heaton Park Synagogue where the attack took place. Speaking last night, he vowed to do everything in his power to protect Jewish communities here in the UK following the terror attack. Police have this morning named the 2 victims of the attack, 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz, pictured here, and 53-year-old Adrian Dalby. Formal identification is yet to take place, but officers have said that the families have been informed and are being supported by specialist officers. Meanwhile, the attacker, named as Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. He drove his car into worshippers before getting out and stabbing a man. He was then shot dead by firearms officers. In a statement, Mr al-Shami's family say the news from Manchester regarding the terrorist attack targeting a Jewish synagogue has been a profound shock to us. The al-Shami family in the UK and abroad strongly condemns this heinous act, which targeted peaceful, innocent civilians. We fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what has happened. Our hearts and thoughts are with the victims and their families, and we pray for their strength and comfort. 3 people still in hospital with serious injuries this afternoon, one of them suffering a stab wound. Another, we understand, was struck by the car driven by the attacker, and the other, we now know, sustained gunshot wounds that are not thought to be life-threatening, that happening while officers were trying to stop the attacker. Well, a lot of information coming out within the last hour. North of England correspondent Shingi Marariki is here now. Your thoughts on what we've been learning within the last hour, Shingi?
Well, I think what is most striking of all of the things we've heard in the last hour is the fact that Greater Manchester Police saying it appears that they accidentally killed one of the victims while responding to that attack on this synagogue here yesterday. And in that statement, you get a sense of just how chaotic the scene was. It was 7 minutes between them being called at 9:31 and them arriving at 9:38. And in that statement, they also say, as well as one person dying, another person who's in hospital with non-life-threatening injuries was also struck by a gunshot. And in that statement, they say that it's believed that both victims, so this is someone who died of stab wounds and then also the person who died of a gun wound, were close together behind the synagogue door as worshippers acted bravely to prevent the attacker from gaining entry. And they go on to give their thoughts and prayers to the community and all of those affected by this.
Yeah, that's the latest from UMP. They have referred themselves to the police watchdog over that incident, as is standard practice. Another statement I was talking about there, that from the suspect's family, something unexpected. Those connected to suspects don't normally put out a statement during a police investigation, particularly not one of this magnitude.
No, this is highly unusual, and it's also quite a strongly worded statement in which they distance themselves from what has happened, and they also send their commiserations, their condolences to the victims. And I think that's interesting because police at this time are still trying to establish who this man was. We know that there are searches in Prestwich in an address that, or near an address that we understand was linked to him as well, and they'll be poring over the details of his life. But as they do that, you've got the family putting out this statement distancing themselves from him.
Yeah, there are also 3 people in custody in connection with terrorist offences. Talk to us about what will be happening there. Is that part of the police investigation?
Yeah, that's right. Those 3 people are 2 men in their 30s and a woman in her 60s. And that might take a while. When people are arrested on terror charges, it often takes a while for police to piece that together. And it also reminds you of how multifaceted this police operation is. It's one in which you're looking at terror and maybe looking at that suspect's past. We know that they were not referred to the PREVENT programme, that counter-terror programme. They hadn't had contact with the police, but we obviously know that these 3 people are arrested in connection with the investigation, which adds to what is a highly complex picture which will come to light more over the next few days.
OK, Shingi, thank you. Shingi Marike, following developments for us here in Crumpsall, Greater Manchester. Let's take a look at how that attack unfolded yesterday morning here in Crumpsall. The first emergency call being made at 9:31 in the morning. Police were told a man had been stabbed and a car driven into members of the public at Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue here in Crumpsall. 3 minutes later, firearms officers were deployed to Middleton Road, police receiving further reports that a security guard had been attacked with a knife. When police arrived, there was a car close to the front gates of the synagogue, with a victim also on the floor. At 9:38, at the front of the building, officers confronted the attacker before opening fire and killing him. Hours later, at 1 in the afternoon, a police cordon was put up on White House Avenue, which is less than half a mile away from the synagogue. Witnesses there saying 2 men were led away in police handcuffs. A little earlier here on Sky News, I spoke with Josh Aronson, who lives opposite the synagogue, and told me what it was like as he heard the attack unfold.
Both of them were incredible people. They had good hearts, loved each other. In fact, Adrian, every Shabbat when I would walk out, as I was walking towards the synagogue that I occasionally go, because I usually go to another synagogue where my brother's a cantor. But he always saw me, he would always wave, "Oh Josh, good to see you, Shabbat Shalom. How are you, what's the news?" You know, he always had that smile on his face, always there for the community. And Melvin was just such a special person. I mean, this morning when I told my wife's name, when my wife heard Melvin's name, she burst out crying. And that's how special Melvin was, that it means so much. You know, that he was someone that really, you know, cared for the community and was there for the community. I think it's on us now to analyse, to discuss. But one thing I do want to say, Keir Starmer says, "Oh, we're going to put more security." I don't think we need more security. What we need is dialogue. You can't fight violence with violence, hatred with hatred. What you need is dialogue, programs in order for one another to learn from one another. And I'm not only talking about the non-Jews to learn about the Jews. I'm talking the Jewish people also have to learn about the non-Jewish religion. Islam, Hinduism, Sikhism, Christianity. There's so much that each of us have to learn, and that combats hatred by understanding one another, by knowing one another. That is just what creates that power of knowledge from one another.
A neighbour of the suspect of yesterday's synagogue attack in Manchester has said he saw no sign of radicalisation in Jihad al-Shami and that his family were nice, normal people.
They moved here about 20-odd years ago. At the time, I was working as a window cleaner on the estate here. I cleaned the windows for them for about 10 years or so. And that was it. Said hello to them, spoke to them, you know, how are you? Good morning, I'm keeping well and everything like that. You know, as neighbours do when you walk down the street and see people. But it's come as much a shock to me, because I didn't... There's no way I could have thought that they were, you know, in any way involved in anything like this.
What were they like, the family?
Very nice people to meet and talk to, yeah. There's a mother and 3 lads, but there was 2 lads lived with the mother and one of them moved away.
And the lad we're talking about, who was involved yesterday?
The elder, I think he's the eldest. He had, I think, a wife and a kid, and that's about it that I know about them.
Did he live there with the wife and baby?
No, I think she moved out some time ago.
What was he like? We're talking about...
He's a smashing lad, you know, to talk to. He's just the same as anybody else. There was he didn't stand out in any way.
Did you ever talk politics with him?
Nope.
What were you aware of his background or the family's background?
They're from Syria, and that was it. That was it. I hardly knew them at all.
No sign of any radicalisation?
Nope. Nothing. Nope. Nothing at all like that, no.
Now you know what he did yesterday, how do you feel? It's just as shocked as everybody else. You know, just come right out of the blue.
A neighbour there of the al-Shami family saying this came out of the blue. Nice, normal people would never have suspected that Jihad al-Shami could carry out a terrorist attack. But it's suspected that he did yesterday morning. Let's speak to our North of England correspondent, Shingi Mararike. Neighbours, friends, family, they're all the people that police will be talking to, trying to build up a picture of this 35-year-old British national of Syrian descent. His family distancing themselves from him and the attack yesterday. Talk me through what police will be looking for with regards to this suspect.
Yeah, that interview, very striking. That neighbour saying they never saw anything untoward and that this was just a normal man who at a point had 2 children, lived with their wife and family were also fairly normal people. But the police will be poring over this and doing their inquiries as they do in terror investigations, and that'll involve taking a closer look at his background and any of his devices, if there were any devices with him, and just going over in forensic detail what may have happened in the lead up to that attack yesterday. And like you say, that highly unusual family statement coming out over the last hour or so in which they distanced themselves from the attack and they send out their condolences and their commiserations to the victims as well.
Yeah, trying to establish a motive, because you heard our crime correspondent Martin Brunt there asking questions of the neighbour, like, is there any clue, you know, but he exchanged pleasantries with him, no sign of radicalisation, nothing out of the ordinary. And as we know with these kind of attacks, so much of the preparation and the mindset that goes into it happens behind closed doors, away from even family members and close friends.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that came out over the plethora of news lines we've had this morning is David Lammy looking at the potential to throw forward to investigations and to an inquest and inquiries, and that may form part of that further down the line in the future. And then in terms of the boots on the ground policing, we know that the police were at an address near here, and we understand, according to witnesses, that people were led away in handcuffs. We know that the police are at an address in Prestwich, which is linked to Al Shami as well. So they'll be making sure they're visible in Manchester, making sure that they're doing those checks as well, and just doing the deep dive, doing the look at who this person was and how this happened.
Yeah. We wait for further updates from Greater Manchester Police and the intelligence services, but one significant update we have had this afternoon, Shingi, and it's worth reiterating for people who are just joining us now, is GMP referring itself to the police watchdog over the incident involving firearms at the synagogue.
Yeah, that's right. GMP referring themselves to the watchdog, saying that earlier reports from a Home Office pathologist show that one of the victims died of wounds consistent with a gunshot injury, and that the only people who had firearms at the scene, as far as they understand it, were those armed officers who responded within 7 minutes. And in that statement, they paint a picture of a scene which was chaotic. It was difficult to deal with. They say that the shots were fired as the two victims who died were behind the door of the synagogue trying to stop the attacker getting inside. And we also know that another person was hit by a gunshot who is in hospital. They took themselves to hospital. They have non-life-threatening injuries, but as a result of that, the police having to report themselves to the IOPC, that independent watchdog.
OK, Shingi, thank you. Shingi Marike continuing to follow developments here in Greater Manchester. Let's bring in our political correspondent Amanda Akas, who is in Westminster, because the Prime Minister has paid a visit to the synagogue today. Amanda.
Yes, indeed. He travelled to Manchester with his wife, Lady Victoria Starmer, earlier on today, and they've been pictured visiting the scene of the attack at the synagogue, meeting some of the officers there, shaking hands with them. I think you can see in the images clearly looking exceedingly serious, the couple holding hands. And I think it's very important for Sir Keir Starmer. He clearly feels it's very important to go there, make his presence felt, to pay his respects to those who died, because we heard from him yesterday talking about wanting to put his arms around the Jewish community, pledging to do everything in his power going forward to guarantee their safety, he said. And clearly for him, it's not just a question of being the Prime Minister, of course, flying back from that conference of European leaders in Denmark yesterday to chair the COBRA meeting, coordinating the different government agencies' response to all of this. But also, I think it's personal for him. His wife, Lady Victoria, is of Jewish heritage. The family, Sir Keir Starmer, has spoken about before in interviews, mark Jewish holidays and customs. Last night, he and his wife, and Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, went to a synagogue in London to show solidarity with the Jewish community, which is all the more important, clearly, because of concerns about the rise in anti-Semitism, which he spoke about quite frankly as well yesterday, saying anti-Semitic hatred is rising once again. Britain must defeat it once again. And that kind of language was echoed this morning by the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, who's also in Manchester. We saw her there yesterday. She's still there working with Greater Manchester Police. Clearly many questions being asked there. But she has been speaking about the importance of everyone in this country, from any community, being able to carry out their business, go about their business in safety, not being scared to do so. And she said she didn't want the Jewish community to feel that they had to live their lives smaller as a result of all of this. And she also had very strong language about the protesters who've continued with pro-Palestinian protests last night, and more planned today and over the rest of the weekend. There was one last night in Westminster in protest against Israeli intervention in the flotilla of aid on its way to Gaza, which continued. There were 40 arrests there last night, and she said the full force of the law will be brought down on anyone who incites racial hatred or incites violence. And she She said there is a line, of course, between legitimate protest, even if you don't necessarily agree with it, and breaking the law. But at the same time, she said, given the circumstances, even legitimate protest, she was suggesting here, in this circumstances, she said it was un-British, and she said it was dishonourable, and she thought there could have been more humanity shown, that the protesters could perhaps have held off on holding those events for a number of days while the initial shock is still being felt so keenly and painfully in the Jewish community, still grieving. So she spoke about that, but she also spoke about the need to look at what we do in this country in terms of education surrounding anti-Semitism, and saying, well, look at what more can be done about that. And that was very much a message that has been echoed by other political leaders here. Robert Jenrick talking about that as well from the Tories, about the fact that the whole of society needs to look at what can be done to tackle anti-Semitism, all institutions, not just the government. He said it's not just a question about putting more money into security, it's a question about looking at our culture. We also had a tweet just posted recently from Grant Shapps, the former Defence Secretary, whose own father-in-law was actually in the synagogue when the attack happened. He's actually one of those men who was behind the door trying to barricade it shut as the attacker tried to force his way in. And we understand that Grant Shapps himself didn't know whether or not his father was safe until he saw him on Sky News footage yesterday, and he's tweeted saying, "It was an assault on the Jewish community, our shared humanity. Hearing my father-in-law's chilling first-hand account brings home the horror as we mourn the lost, pray for the injured, and stand unshaken against hate." Now, clearly, across the political spectrum, there is absolute horror and shock against what's happened. We've seen that from all political parties. But at the same time, this debate over the correct response to these ongoing protests, with the Met calling for Defend Our Juries to cancel their protest today at Trafalgar Square in support of Palestine Action, saying they need the resources, they need those officers to send to help protect the Jewish community. So those questions will continue to be asked.
Amanda Akas, thank you. Let's get more now with crime commentator and former advisor to Yvette Cooper, Danny Shaw. Danny, thank you so much for joining us here on Sky News. Your initial thoughts regarding yesterday's terrorist incident here in Manchester?
It was an appalling incident. It was clearly targeted at Jews, and I'm afraid there was a sense in the Jewish community, I think, for a couple of years that this was going to happen. So it was profoundly shocking, but not surprising, I think, because of that. And what we're seeing now is the efforts by the police and security services and intelligence services to try to understand the motivation behind it, to understand whether there were any warning signs. We're told that this individual wasn't on the radar of police and the intelligence agencies, and he hadn't been referred to the anti-extremist program Prevent previously. But that doesn't mean that there may not have been some indications of what he was planning to do. This didn't come out of nowhere. He would have been thinking about this, considering it. There are some reports, and there is a report that I've seen, that a Conservative MP was sent a threatening letter threatening to kill him a few years ago, and the letter was signed by someone with the same name or a very similar name to this individual, and that will be subject, I'm sure, to close investigation.
Yeah, that's an unconfirmed report. We can't verify that, but we will take a look at that. In terms of this police investigation now and where it heads, there's been no official motive. That's still being worked out. But as you said, it's clear this was an attack on Jewish people here in the UK. The Jewish community, well protected by the CST with government funding, and I've spoken to a lot of people who said it's hard to protect against this kind of attack because people have access to cars, they have access to knives. So the big question is, what more can be done to help make the Jewish community here in the UK safe, particularly over the coming days with more holy days coming and, of course, the anniversary of October 7th approaching?
You can't turn synagogues and other places of worship and other venues where Jewish people congregate, you can't turn them into fortresses. It's not practical to do that. It's not affordable to do that. And I don't think the Jewish community would want that to happen. But at the same time, At the same time, there are other measures that can be taken to try and make the Jewish community safer, and I think there will be a greater police presence this weekend. But at the end of the day, if someone is determined enough to carry out an attack, be it with using a car or with weapons, gun or knives, it's impossible to stop. What you have to do is get the intelligence in the right place. That's what defeats terrorism. It's intelligence. It's being able to forestall attacks, be able to identify the individuals who are at risk, who are those who are on the path to radicalisation or those who are plotting attacks, and prevent it that way, as well as obviously taking sensible security precautions.
Yeah, what are the pressing security concerns? Is it copycat attacks in the early days after an attack such as this?
Certainly it's copycat attacks, and also that, it will act as a trigger perhaps for people who are disgusted and angry and appalled at what's happened to consider launching their own sorts of attacks. That's obviously a very real risk. We saw in 2017 there were 5 terrorist attacks that year, and I think there was a sense in which the first attack at Westminster Bridge, I think, emboldened others who were planning atrocities as well. I sincerely hope we don't see that, but the police will be on the alert for that, there's no doubt. What we don't know, and the police are still trying to bottom out, is whether this individual was working with others. There are 3 people in custody being held on suspicion of terrorism offences. That's quite usual in cases like this. Police tend to sort of scoop up other people who may be known to the attacker or who have connections. It doesn't mean they're necessarily involved, but that is certainly a key line of inquiry. Did he discuss the details in advance with anyone else? Did anyone assist him in any way, or was this simply what's described as a lone wolf and a lone individual doing it? But there will be absolutely the concern of further attacks, or that the tension and the unrest and the strong feelings about what's happening in the Middle East and what happened yesterday will spill over, and there'll be some other incident.
Danny, can I ask for your thoughts on the developments we've had within the last hour? A statement from Greater Manchester Police saying that they have self-referred to the IOPC, the police watchdog. This is for the shooting of the suspect, which is a mandatory referral, but also over the thought that they may well have accidentally shot one of the Jewish community that were killed in the events of yesterday. We also understand that another member of the Jewish community may have been accidentally shot. They are in hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Still waiting for confirmation of that, and it will be part of the IOPC investigation. But your initial thoughts on that development?
Well, it's very sad, and I think the words of the Chief Constable, Stephen Watson, really sum it up when he said it was a tragic and unforeseen consequence of the urgently required action by his officers. I mean, it will be independently investigated, but in the panic and the confusion, you can just imagine the situation that the armed officers were faced with, trying to stop this individual who had what they thought could be a suicide belt on him from getting access to the people in that synagogue. And in that scenario, they've opened fire to try and stop him. And it appears that, one member of the public has been fatally shot and another has been wounded with a gunshot injury that thankfully isn't life-threatening. It's really a consequence of the events that follow. There has to be an independent inquiry. It's not to say there might not be some learning from it, but I think it's very difficult at the moment to apportion any blame whatsoever to the police in those circumstances. Given what they were told, they were on the scene incredibly quickly, I think within 6 or 7 minutes.
Danny Shaw, really appreciate your time on Sky News this afternoon. Danny Shaw, the policing and crime commentator and former advisor to Yvette Cooper. Thank you. Well, reacting to yesterday's attack, the UK's chief rabbi, Sir Ephraim Mervis, gave us this statement. This is the day we hoped we would never see, but which deep down we knew would come. For so long, we have witnessed an unrelenting wave of Jew hatred on our streets, on campuses, on social media and elsewhere. This is the tragic result. This is not only an assault on the Jewish community, but an attack on the very foundations of humanity and the values of compassion, dignity and respect, which we all share. May the victims' memories be a blessing, and may the injured be granted a swift recovery. I pray that this tragedy strengthens our collective resolve to confront anti-Semitism in all its guises, once and for all. Well, fears of such an attack were already strong in Manchester's Jewish community. Nonetheless, for the many who were leaving nearby synagogues unaware of what had happened yesterday, the news came as a shock. Katerina Vitozzi spoke to some of them.
It's the holiest of Jewish days, Yom Kippur, a moment of fasting and prayer, a time to shut out the world.
We're at a synagogue just a few minutes away from where today's attack happened, and it's really the heart of North Manchester's Jewish community. All day people have been in synagogue, their phones have been turned off, and as prayers have come to an end and people have started to come out, we found that we've had to tell them what has happened, this attack on their community, just moments away.
Like Rachel, who heard police sirens from inside the synagogue, but didn't know what they were.
People get hurt, very badly hurt.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, 2 people have died.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my gosh.
On this holy day,
it's the holiest day of the year. Very, very frightening. Very frightening. And we're not safe. We're not safe.
Earlier in the day, we saw additional police patrols here. But security, both paid and volunteer, is a regular sight now outside every synagogue to help protect a community that even before today has felt under threat.
The security is not the solution.
What do you think is the solution?
I don't know. Those who really wants to do, they will do it with lots of security, it doesn't matter.
Amongst everyone we spoke to, there was a sense of shock, but perhaps not necessarily of surprise. Amidst rising acts of anti-Semitism in the UK, David Yehudi and the rabbi he studied with tell us today has felt like a long time coming.
As a grandchild of a Holocaust survivor, I feel as if like, hey, maybe this is before 1935 again. That's the overwhelming feeling all over the world.
That real fear?
Yeah, sure, 100%.
We have the United Nations, which is set up with the intention of never again. And where's the United Nations? Never
in terms
again?
of the global support against anti-Semitism?
Whatever, just everything. It just doesn't, it's not there anymore. We're just not there. We as unsafe as we were before the war.
It is a shocking thing to hear on the most solemn of days. Katerina Vitozzi, Sky News in Manchester.
We're live here in Crumpsall, Greater Manchester, the scene of yesterday's terror attack on the local synagogue here. Let's just bring you the latest pictures we have of the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, who came up to Manchester from London. You can see him here talking to first responders and police, the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, alongside him there. He arrived with his wife, Lady Victoria. They have visited the synagogue as well, the scene of the attack. Sir Keir Starmer saying that he was appalled by the attack at the synagogue in Crumpsall, saying the fact that it has taken place on Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, makes it all the more horrific, saying my thoughts are with the loved ones of all those affected and my thanks go to the emergency services and all the first responders. Here he is offering them his thanks. Let's try and listen in.
Definitely hugely important, and don't underestimate how, as I said earlier, how much confidence that gives.
And just a reminder of what Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, said at his press conference yesterday after that emergency Cobra meeting. He said this was a vile terrorist attack that attacked Jews because they are Jews. Anti-Semitism is a hatred that is rising once again. Britain must defeat it once again. To every Jewish person in this country, I promise that I will do everything in my power to guarantee you the security you deserve. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Amanda Akas, who is following events in Westminster for us. Amanda.
Yes, so Sir Keir Starmer on his visit to Manchester today, alongside his wife, Lady Victoria, visited the synagogue earlier on where the attack happened, meeting police officers there and clearly wanting to pay his respects to the victims of the attack, but also then heading to meet officers at Greater Manchester Police headquarters and thanking them directly. We could hear a little bit of what he had to say, not a huge amount. It seemed to be fairly low-key in the sense that he was walking around with the Home Secretary speaking to individual officers and talking to them, thanking them for their work. We know he was also meeting with the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police while he was there. And of course, he had already multiple times paid tribute to the work of the first responders and their speed in getting to the scene, but clearly now we know a bit more about what happened, clearly with it now being known that one of the victims appeared to have been shot by one of the police firearms. That's clearly something I'm sure they would have been discussing at the police headquarters, but clearly for Sir Keir Starmer, it's an important moment to show that what the government is doing, to show the solidarity that he wants to show with the British Jewish community, of course, as well as the emergency responders in Manchester and the whole community in Manchester there. I think it's clearly personal for him too. His wife is of Jewish heritage. Last night, he and Lady Victoria, as well as Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, attended a synagogue in London to show their solidarity with the Jewish community. I think that's very much what he's wanting to show in Manchester as well. And I think we can hear a little bit of what he had to say.
Let's just say a few words. Well, thank you very much for giving up your time this morning. I wanted to come and see you to be able to say on my own behalf as Prime Minister, but on behalf of the whole country, thank you for your response yesterday. It's a very humble thank you. I've been to the scene to pay my respects and to get a sense of what you were confronted with. I've also seen the body-worn cameras and the footage out of that. And I am absolutely clear in my mind as to the professionalism of the response, the speed of the response, and also that an absolutely awful incident would have been even worse if it hadn't been for your response. So thank you is a really important 2 words at a time like this. And I say thank you to each and every one of you, and through you to all the other people that were there responding yesterday, and ask that to be passed on to all of those. This was a dreadful attack, a terrorist attack to inflict fear, attacking Jews because they are Jews. And it's really important today that the whole country comes together, people of all faiths and no faiths, to stand in support and solidarity with our Jewish community. And I know that your work and everything you've done will help to that end, but it is something the whole country now needs to do. We must defeat anti-Semitism, and that is the responsibility of all of us. It's the responsibility of government, and we will rise to that challenge and do all that we can to absolutely ensure that our Jewish community is safe and secure, and that we show them the strength of the support and solidarity that we have for them. And that will be massively helped by what you have already done and what you're continuing to do. I've been at Silver Command this morning. I appreciate that we are seeing things, we're being briefed after the event, retrospectively, in terms of what happened. You had to deal with things on the ground as they were rolling out at speed. And the degree of professionalism and speed that you acted with was at the highest order. And so I just wanted to come and say to you, thank you so much for what you did yesterday, what you are continuing to do, because here you are back at work the next day. And I know many of you will say to me when I come and have a private word with you in a moment that you were only doing your job. You were only doing your job, but yesterday was a very challenging day, and your job needed to be dispatched and discharged with very, very high levels of commitment, dedication and professionalism, and that is what you did. And so a heartfelt thank you from me. And as I say, on behalf, there are millions of people in this country who would love to stand here and have the opportunity to look you in the face and say thank you. And so I say this on my own behalf, but on their behalf as well. The confidence that you've given people across, not just Greater Manchester, but of course Greater Manchester, but across the whole country, is really, really important to us. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
And the Prime Minister there thanking police and emergency responders that reacted so quickly to that terrorist incident here in Crumpsall, Greater Manchester, yesterday morning. I'll bring our political correspondent Amanda Acas back in, because the Prime Minister has been praised by Jewish community leaders for his swift and strong response to that attack on the synagogue yesterday morning. And he had a message not just for the Jewish community about tackling anti-Semitism, but for the country more broadly.
Yes, I thought that was quite interesting because, of course, he was there thanking the emergency services for their work, but he also talked quite passionately there as well about the question of anti-Semitism, continuing the message we heard from him yesterday, really saying we must defeat anti-Semitism, and that this is a question where the whole country needs to come together, people of all faiths and no faith, he said, to stand in support and solidarity with the Jewish community, saying to the police that he knows that their work and their efforts yesterday will help with that, but really making a kind of call to everyone watching this. Clearly, he's there with the police, but this is a message that's going to be televised far beyond that, and really trying to say this is something that the entire country needs to be thinking about and working on, and looking at the question of what more can be done. So Keir Starmer is a leader, a Prime Minister who, as Labour leader, came to that position promising to rip out anti-Semitism from the root at the Labour Party. It's something that he's talked about for a very long time, and clearly this message is something that he is determined to get across to the wider public, not just to the Jewish community and the community in Manchester, but more broadly as well. I thought it was interesting that he said he's obviously been looking at the body-worn footage. He's been speaking in detail to the first responders about the work that they have been doing. He obviously went to the scene. He wanted to pay his respects to see what happened there with his wife, Lady Victoria Starmer, to show that sense of solidarity. But I think it's also a question of the kind of political leadership that he's trying to show. And indeed, that's a message that has been repeated across the political spectrum by all the different political leaders. But of course, there is this ongoing debate about what more the government should have and could potentially have done to protect people in the Jewish community, and what needs to be done in terms of the kind of public discourse. Kemi Badenoch talking about the fact that some of the language, she says, around the war in Gaza has significantly contributed to the hostile atmosphere that some Jewish people have experienced, she said, and calling that out. Robert Jenrick speaking to us this morning on Sky News and saying that it wasn't a question about putting more resources into policing and security, but it was a question where the whole of the country, government, institutions, everyone needed to look at their culture and see what more can be done. And I think that's a message that the Prime Minister is really trying to demonstrate with his actions in being in Manchester, being alongside the emergency services. Clearly, questions now being asked about the nature of the response being investigated going forward, but standing there with the Home Secretary and indeed Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Manchester, Greater Manchester, as well, to show his support and solidarity.
Amanda, thank you. Amanda Acas with the latest there from Westminster. Let's remind you of the developments we've had so far this afternoon. In breaking news, police have said one of those who died in yesterday's attack was accidentally shot by one of their officers. Greater Manchester Police now referring itself to the regulator, the Independent Office for Police Conduct. In a statement, the force said the Home Office pathologist has advised that he provisionally determined that one of the deceased victims would appear to have suffered a wound consistent with a gunshot injury. It is currently believed that the suspect, Jihad al-Shami, was not in possession of a firearm, and the only shots fired were from GMP's authorised firearms officers as they worked to prevent the offender from entering the synagogue and causing further harm to our Jewish community. It follows, therefore, that subject to further forensic examination, this injury may sadly have been sustained as a tragic and unforeseen consequence of the urgently required action taken by officers to bring this vicious attack to an end. Police have this morning named the two victims of that attack, 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz, pictured here, and 53-year-old Adrian Dalby. Formal identification is yet to take place, but officers have said that their families have now been informed and are being supported by specially trained officers. Meanwhile, the attacker has been named as Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. He drove his car into worshippers before getting out and stabbing a man. He was then shot dead by police. In a statement, Mr al-Shami's family say the news from Manchester regarding the terrorist attack targeting a Jewish synagogue has been a profound shock to us. The al-Shami family in the UK and abroad strongly condemns this heinous act, which targeted peaceful, innocent civilians. We fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what has happened. Our hearts and thoughts are with the victims and their families, and we pray for their strength and comfort. 3 people still in hospital this afternoon with serious injuries. One suffered a stab wound, another hit by the car driven by the attacker, and another suffered an injury which we were told may have been sustained while officers were trying to stop the attacker. Following that update from GMP, we understand that injury to be a gunshot wound that is not life-threatening. Let's bring in our North of England correspondent Shingi Mariike, who's across all the details. Some significant developments this afternoon, Shingi.
Yeah, that's right. And GMP saying that the referral to the police is one that's mandatory off the back of shooting a suspect. That happens whenever a firearm is discharged in the line of policing, but also saying that they're expecting to confirm via a complete post-mortem that one of the victims was shot in that policing operation by them. We know that the only people who had weapons at the time, according to them, were the officers who responded in that 7-minute time between being called and between the officers arriving at the scene. And that statement, full of detail as well about what they think may have happened, saying that 2 of the victims were behind the door trying to stop the attacker getting in, and they were close to each other when those shots were fired, and obviously also sending their condolences to the families of those impacted as well as the wider community.
Yeah, what about the arrests that were made throughout the course of yesterday? We understood there had been 2 arrests just a couple of miles from here in Prestwich, and then later on in the evening we were told by Greater Manchester Police that 3 people were in custody in connection with terrorism offences, and we had a bit of detail about them.
Yeah, we did, that's right. So 3 people in custody on suspicion of terrorism offences, 2 of them men in their 30s and the other a woman in their 60s. And now that will form part of this probe, looking into what happened, looking into the suspect, al-Shami, but also looking into those 3 people who clearly the police think may have been connected with him in some shape or form. And it's quite interesting that so much of that is in close proximity, like you're saying. Prestwich, just a couple of miles from here, a very short drive in this area. We know that there was another crime scene near here as well. So the police operation mobilising and trying to take in several lines of inquiry, as you would expect in a terrorism incident.
OK, Shingi, for the moment, thank you, Shingi Mariike, following all those developments for us this afternoon. Joining us now is the former official reviewer of terrorism legislation, Lord Carlisle, KC. Good of you to join us, Lord Carlisle. First of all, your reaction to the incident that unfolded here yesterday morning.
Well, it was a terrible incident, a tragedy. The Day of Atonement, a great day of worship, has been turned into a day of tears and anger. And anti-Semitism is intolerable in any form, most of all in this deadly form, but it's intolerable like any religion-based hatred.
The Security Service of Greater Manchester Police are very quick to come out and confirm that this was indeed a terrorist incident. So many of the hallmarks there, but that official confirmation. arriving swiftly within a matter of hours. In terms of the police investigation that now takes place, where terrorism is involved, there are so many different parties involved, not just GMP, but security services as well. Perhaps you can give us an idea of what will be going on right now.
Well, there will be a detailed search going on of any information, particularly in the virtual space, that reveals the background of the perpetrator, of the actions he took, of the contacts he had, especially perhaps of what he looked at on the internet in recent times. That will have some consequences for the way in which Parliament and government looks at the activities of internet service providers. We might have to wield a stick rather than a carrot to ensure that internet services providers moderate, in other words, take out offensive websites, whether they relate to terrorism or to paedophilia or other antisocial behavior. And we have to make it clear that hate-based crime is intolerable. And, I think also that the Prime Minister has very rightly made a clarion call for people to ratchet the rhetoric down over what are extremely challenging geopolitical issues, and to focus upon the country that we live in, the civilized standards, the comity between different religions and races that has developed in this country much more successfully than in many other countries. And I think we need to try and remove fear as far as we possibly can from Jewish people and people of any other religion.
The political discourse, and as you said, what's happening geopolitically, spilling over into everyday life, and the confusion, not that there should be any, between freedom of speech and hate speech. Many members of the Jewish community who have spoken to us here on Sky News just say things that are being said in recent years are seen as acceptable now, whereas they wouldn't have been 10, 15, 20 years ago. And that has been allowed to grow and progress unchecked.
Yes, that's right. And I think, some politicians in some political parties have created the circumstances in which that has happened. That's why it's reassuring to hear our current Prime Minister speaking in the way he has, both at the Labour Party conference and yesterday and today. And, the gesture, and it was much more of a gesture, of the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and the Foreign Secretary going to the West London Synagogue as soon as they could yesterday and joining with the Jewish worshippers there, including my colleague, Baroness Neuberger, who's a rabbi there, was hugely important. And his visit to Manchester with Lady Starmer is, again, hugely important. In the process of conciliation and reconciliation, the Al-Shami family have issued a very dignified statement which demonstrates that many Muslim families, and indeed 99.99 recurring % of Muslims in this country, are outraged by what happened yesterday, including the family of the perpetrator.
There has been talk of this being a watershed moment. From this point on, zero tolerance of anti-Semitism. But as you well know, and as I have been reminded by many Jewish contributors to this programme, to Sky News over the last 24 hours, is that the Jewish experience is one that anti-Semitism has always been there. It's not just been over the last couple of years, over the last decade. This is a lived experience of generations. And in that regard, this is a very difficult topic to tackle and deal with. And the complexity of it as such is that it's not as easy as stepping up security and education. There are no quick fixes here. This is a longer term concerted effort that is needed.
Yes, I think this is part of a sort of historical cycle. I mean, my parents were both Jewish immigrants to this country. And honestly, I can say to you that I've experienced a little bit of anti-Semitism over the years, but I think I'd have experienced the same kind of criticism if I was a politician who was Irish or Scottish or I'm also a Welsh politician. It happens. But the mode of anti-Semitism that is continuing now, that is existing now, is very damaging. It's much worse than it used to be. And, you know, many of my children and grandchildren's friends are Jewish, and they now have to prepare themselves when they go to the synagogue or they go to a bar mitzvah celebration or anything that is specifically Jewish, or even to a play that's put on that happens to have been written by a Jew. They have to prepare themselves outrageously to face criticism and even people shouting at them in the street. We have to create the atmosphere which my father particularly taught me as a Jew who came to this country was not Britain. You know, he told me that this was the safest country in the world and that people who came from a Jewish background to this country could live the same life as British-born people. It is not feeling like that at the moment, and we have to return to the optimism that the generation that included my father had.
Lord Carlisle, Casey, powerful words there. Thank you so much for your contribution to Sky News this afternoon. We really appreciate your time. Let's bring in our North of England correspondent Shingi Mararike. For those who are just joining us, it's worth reminding people of the significant developments we've had from Greater Manchester Police today.
Yeah, a number of significant developments. The most notable of those, the fact that the police say they appear to have shot and killed one of the victims themselves in responding to the incident. They had 7 minutes in which they were called and then attended to the scene, and they say that early reports from a pathologist show that one of the victims died of injuries consistent with a gun wound, and they say in their statement that the suspect was not known to have a weapon. It was only those armed police officers responding who had one. And also another detail they shared is that one of the 3 people in hospital with non-life-threatening injuries was also hit by a gunshot, which appears to have been fired by themselves. As a result of that, they've notified the IOPC, which they're saying is because of the fact that they shot the suspect. But if a post-mortem reveals that they did also accidentally kill and accidentally harm people who were there as well, then they will add that to the referral.
The update from Greater Manchester Police. As I was talking to Lord Carlisle there, he mentioned the fact that the Al-Shami family, the family of the suspect, put out a statement. It's worth reflecting some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So highly unusual that the family of the suspect put out a statement during a live, ongoing investigation. And in that statement, they distanced themselves from what had happened, and they also asked the media to refrain from contacting them while also putting out their condolences. That statement signed off by the Al-Shami family, both in the UK and abroad.
OK, Shingi, thank you, Shingi Mararike. There were the latest developments that have come to us this afternoon here on Sky News. Stay with us. At 1 o'clock, we'll have the latest live from Manchester as more details emerge about yesterday's terror attack on the synagogue here. Good afternoon, you're watching Sky News live from Manchester. It has emerged that one of the people killed in yesterday's terror attack at a synagogue here was accidentally shot by police. This morning, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, visited the synagogue where 2 people died. The Prime Minister has also visited Greater Manchester Police Headquarters, where he thanked staff there for their response to the incident.
I am absolutely clear in my mind as to the professionalism of the response, the speed of the response, and also that an absolutely awful incident would have been even worse if it hadn't been for your response.
One of the victims named today as 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz. The other victim, 53-year-old Adrian Dorby. 3 other people remain in a serious condition in hospital.
Everybody else, get back! If you're not involved, move back!
The suspect, who police shot dead, has also been named as Jihad al-Shami, a British citizen who came to the UK from Syria as a child. We'll be live from the Crumpsall area of Manchester throughout the day here on Sky News as the community tries to take in the enormity of what has happened here. Hello and welcome to Crumpsall in Greater Manchester, the scene of yesterday's terror attack at the local synagogue. Breaking news in the last few hours, police have said that one of those killed in yesterday's attack was accidentally shot by one of their officers. Greater Manchester Police has now referred itself to the regulator over yesterday's shooting of the suspect, the Independent Office for Police Conduct. In a statement, the force said the Home Office pathologist has advised that he has provisionally determined that one of the deceased victims would appear to have suffered a wound consistent with a gunshot injury. It's currently believed that the suspect, Jihad al-Shami, wasn't in possession of a firearm, and the only shots fired were from GMP's authorised firearms officers as they worked to prevent the offender from entering the synagogue and causing further harm to our Jewish community. It follows, therefore, that subject to further forensic examination, this injury may sadly have been sustained as a tragic and unforeseen consequence of the urgently required action taken by officers to bring this vicious attack to an end. Well, the Prime Minister has been here to Manchester to visit the synagogue just over 24 hours after the community here was the target of a terror attack on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish calendar. Keir Starmer was accompanied by his wife, Lady Victoria, arriving at the Heaton Park Synagogue where yesterday's attack happened. Speaking last night, he vowed to do everything in his power to protect Jewish communities here in the UK following that terror attack. Sir Keir Starmer has also visited Greater Manchester Police HQ today. He praised them for their actions and thanked them for how they handled the attack.
I've been to the scene to pay my respects and to get a sense of what you were confronted with. I've also seen the body-worn cameras and the footage out of that. And I am absolutely clear in my mind as to the professionalism of the response, the speed of the response, and also that an absolutely awful incident would have been even worse if it hadn't been for your response. So thank you is a really important 2 words at a time like this. And I say thank you to each and every one of you, and through you to all the other people that were there responding yesterday, and ask that to be passed on to all of those. This was a dreadful attack, a terrorist attack, to inflict fear, attacking Jews because they are Jews. And it's really important today that the whole country comes together, people of all faiths and no faiths, to stand in support and solidarity with our Jewish community. And I know that your work and everything you've done will help to that end, but it is something the whole country now needs to do. We must defeat anti-Semitism. And that is the responsibility of all of us. It is the responsibility of government, and we will rise to that challenge.
Police have this morning named the 2 men killed in yesterday's attack, 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz, pictured here, and 53-year-old Adrian Dorby. Former identification yet to take place, but officers have said their families have now been informed and are being supported by specialist officers. Meanwhile, the attacker, named as Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. He drove into worshippers before stabbing a man. He was then shot dead by police. In a statement, Mr al-Shami's family said the news from Manchester regarding the terrorist attack targeting a Jewish synagogue has been a profound shock to us. The al-Shami family in the UK and abroad strongly condemns this heinous act, which targeted peaceful, innocent civilians. We fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what has happened. Our hearts and thoughts are with the victims and their families, and we pray for their strength and comfort. 3 people still in hospital today with serious injuries. One suffering a stab wound, another struck by the car driven by the attacker, and the other suffered an injury which we were told may have been sustained while officers were trying to stop the attacker. We are now led to believe by Greater Manchester Police that injury is a gunshot wound that is non-life-threatening. Let's bring in our North of England correspondent Shingi Marike, who has been taking a look at this lengthy statement from Greater Manchester Police in some detail. What jumped out at you from that statement? Obviously, it's a big development, a tragic twist in what was a tragic incident.
Yeah, that's right, SJ. I think a lot of detail to digest in that statement. The key line being that the police believe at this stage that they accidentally shot one of the victims who died and also accidentally shot one of the victims who was behind the door, someone who took themselves to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. It's important to stress, but also you've got a sense of just how fast-moving and complicated the situation was between getting that call at 9:31 a.m. and then arriving at 9:38 to try and deal with the suspect, to try and apprehend him, and eventually shooting him as well. They put in that statement the detail I found was quite vivid and striking, talking about how 2 of the victims were close behind the door as they tried to stop the attacker getting in. Incredibly difficult scenes and a difficult moment for them to police quite clearly.
Yeah, and they have self-referred to the IOPC, which is the police watchdog, and that's standard practice after a suspect is shot. Talk to me about what will happen there, because that's quite a lengthy process, isn't it?
It is, and Greater Manchester Police at pains to stress that their first referral was the fact that they shot the suspect, which is mandatory. That's something that happens, but that if a full post-mortem reveals that one of the victims did indeed die of those gunshot wounds that were discharged by their officers, then that will also form part of a referral to the IOPC. So Greater Manchester Police will be looking at their processes and procedures, but they have been receiving praise for the speed of the response from people like Andy Burnham, the Mayor, as well as the Prime Minister as well. But clearly that response was complicated, and it's come with what looked like very tragic circumstances.
Yeah, that statement from Greater Manchester Police coming out a little earlier this afternoon. We also had an unexpected statement from the al-Shami family, and this is significant because you don't generally hear from suspects' families immediately after an attack of this magnitude, particularly not during a police investigation.
No, you don't, and that statement quite strongly worded the family distancing themselves from what had happened and also encouraging media not to make contact with them, but also sending out their condolences and commiserations to the family. We know that the police will be poring over Jihad al-Shami's life as a 35-year-old British citizen who came to the UK from Syria as a child and was given citizenship as a minor, but the family keen to distance themselves from this man who the police will now be looking at very, very closely.
OK, Shingi, thank you. Shingi Marike following developments for us here on Sky News this afternoon. Let's bring in our political correspondent Amanda Akas, who has been following political developments from Westminster for us this morning, and the Prime Minister travelling up to Manchester today to go to the synagogue that was attacked yesterday morning, and also he went to GMP HQ.
Yes, that's right. So he travelled up alongside his wife, Lady Victoria Starmer. The 2 of them walked hand in hand to the scene of the attack at that synagogue to pay their respects to those who were killed, and also meeting a number of police officers who were there at the scene. Clearly, this was a message to the country, to the Jewish community, of course, to show solidarity and to show respect from the Prime Minister, who flew back from a conference in Denmark yesterday as soon as the initial reports of the attack came through, chaired a Cobra meeting in London London in Westminster yesterday afternoon, and then clearly wanted to come to be on the scene in Manchester today. It's also personal for him as well, because his wife has Jewish heritage, and he's spoken before about his family following Jewish cultural traditions. Last night, he and his wife and Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, attended a synagogue as well to stand alongside the Jewish community in London, and now, of course, in Manchester, doing the same there. He also then went on, as you say, to the Silver Command Centre, Greater Manchester Police, speaking to a number of different officers there as well, on a tour around the facility there, to the call handlers, to the commanders who were in charge in responding to that, in that very swift response to the initial calls to the attack yesterday, as well as having a meeting alongside the Home Secretary with the Chief Constable of the Police, Andy Burnham, of course, the Mayor of Manchester, there too, and he spoke to them for some time. He mainly paid tribute to their work. He thanked them. He talked about the fact that their work would give confidence to the whole country. But he said that there were many people across the country who'd want to be in his position, looking in the eye and saying thank you, which sounded, it was quite a heartfelt tribute to the officers there in the room, particularly in the circumstances, of course, knowing now that one of the victims had been, it's thought, shot by potentially one of the firearms officers. But he also gave a kind of message to the country as a whole, really, speaking about anti-Semitism, as he did yesterday, the rise in anti-Semitism, saying we must defeat anti-Semitism, and saying that this is something that was a cultural issue, that all cultures needed to come together to do this as a country, which is a powerful message, of course, that was reiterated earlier today. We heard from Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, speaking to us on Sky News, saying that no one in our country should feel unsafe while going out around their day-to-day business, and talking about the importance of the additional security measures that have been introduced outside synagogues and in other areas across the country, but also saying that the government would be looking after this and what more could be done in terms of funding education, in terms of anti-Semitism as well. She also spoke about the protest which happened last night against the one was held in Westminster against the Israeli Navy's actions against the flotilla of aid going into Gaza. There were 40 arrests at that protest, and she talked about the fact she was very disappointed that those protests had gone ahead and not been cancelled. There were others in different places and more planned in support of Palestine action again today as well. She talked about the fact that she saw it as un-British. She saw it as something that she wished they'd shown more humanity, she said, and they had respected the fact that although there is clearly a right to protest in this country, that there was a moment of shock and grieving that should have been followed, as she said. So clearly that's where the political debate is going today, but for Sir Keir Starmer it was very much a message of solidarity.
Yeah, I've got sandbags on the truck ready to go.
Let's take a closer look now at how the attack unfolded yesterday morning. The first emergency call was made at 9:31. Police were told a man had been stabbed and a car had been driven into members of the public at Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue here in Crumpsall. 3 minutes later, firearms officers were deployed to Middleton Road as police received further reports that a security guard had been attacked with a knife. When police arrived, there was a car close to the front gates of the synagogue with a victim on the floor. At 9:38, at the front of the building, officers confronted the attacker before opening fire and killing him. Hours later, at 1 in the afternoon, a police cordon was put up on White House Avenue, which is less than half a mile from the synagogue. Witnesses saying 2 men were led away in handcuffs by police. A little earlier, I spoke to Josh Aronson, who lives opposite the synagogue, and he told me what it was like hearing the attack unfold.
Both of them were incredible people. They had good hearts, loved each other. In fact, Adrian, every Shabbat when I would walk out, as I was walking towards the synagogue that I occasionally go because I usually go to another synagogue where my brother's a cantor. But he always saw me, he would always wave, "Hey Josh, good to see you, Shabbat Shalom. How are you, what's the news?" You know, he always had that smile on his face, always there for the community. And Malvin was just such a special person. I mean, this morning when I told my wife's name, when my wife heard Malvin's name, she burst out crying. And that's how special Malvin was, that it means so much. You know, that he was someone that really, you know, cared for the community and was there for the community. I think it's on us now to analyse, to discuss. But one thing I do want to say, Keir Starmer says, "Oh, we're going to put more security." I don't think we need more security. What we need is dialogue. You can't fight violence with violence, hatred with hatred. What you need is dialogue, programs in order for one another to learn from one another. And I'm not only talking about the non-Jews to learn about the Jews. I'm talking the Jewish people also have to learn about the non-Jewish religion. Islam, Hinduism, Sikhism, Christianity. There's so much that each of us have to learn, and that combats hatred by understanding one another, by knowing one another. That is just what creates that power of knowledge from one another.
A neighbour of the suspect of yesterday's attack has said that he saw no sign of radicalisation in Jihad al-Shami. Jeff Halliwell said al-Shami's family were nice, normal people.
They moved here about 20-odd years ago. At the time, I was working as a window cleaner on the estate here. I cleaned the windows for them for about 10 years or so. And that was it. Said hello to them, spoke to them, you know, how are you? Good morning, I'm keeping well and everything like that. You know, as neighbours do when you walk down the street and see people. But it's come as much a shock to me, because I didn't... There's no way I could have thought that they were, you know, in any way involved in anything like this.
What were they like, the family?
Very nice people to meet and talk to, yeah. There's a mother and 3 lads, but there was 2 lads lived with the mother and one of them moved away.
And the lad we're talking about, who was involved yesterday?
Yeah, the elder, yeah, I think he's the eldest. He had, I think, a wife and a kid, and that's about it that I know about them.
Did he live there with the wife and baby?
No, I think she moved out some time ago.
What was he like? We're talking about...
He's a smashing lad. No, you know, to talk to, he's just the same as anybody else. There was he didn't stand out in any way.
Did you ever talk politics with him?
Nope.
What were you aware of his background or the family's background?
They're from Syria, and that was it. That was it. I hardly knew them at all.
No sign of any radicalisation?
Nope. Nothing. Nope. Nothing at all like that, no.
Now you know what he did yesterday, how do you feel?
It's just as shocked as everybody else. You know, just come right out of the blue.
Chinky Marike, our North of England correspondent, is here alongside me, and I've just had this update from the IOPC. I believe this is their Director of Engagement, Emily Barry. She says, "Our thoughts remain with the victims and their families, as well as those affected by yesterday's horrific events. As is standard when there has been a fatal police shooting, we are carrying out an independent investigation to establish the facts of what happened, and our findings will be shared with the coroner in due course." IOPC investigators attended the police post-incident procedures and were at the scene last night gathering evidence. We will be present at the post-mortems today to provide independent oversight. It's important in these circumstances that the police are able to continue their vital work, and there are established protocols we follow to ensure our role does not hinder their ability to conduct inquiries as part of their own investigations. We shall share further information when we are in a position to do so. So that is a statement from the IOPC, the police watchdog, GMP, as a standard practice, self-referring to the police watchdog after shooting that suspect. And of course, details emerging today about the possibility that firearms officers shot one of the victims of yesterday's incident and wounded another. More detail to follow on that as we get it. We have been hearing more information about the suspect throughout the course of the day, and Shingi, we've been hearing more about the victims as well.
Yeah, that's right. So we had the victims named very early this morning, both two men from the Kromsel area, part of the Jewish community here, who were in and around the synagogue on Yom Kippur. We had Melvin Kravitz, who is 66, and also Adrian Dalby, who was a neighbour we spoke to, and we got a sense of the kind of man he was, a neighbour deeply devastated hearing the news about what had happened, which we can play a clip of for you now.
This guy was one of the best guy I ever seen in my life. Great neighbor. Whatever you get the money to buy a book for my kids, for all the neighbor kids, book, toys, always play with the water guns, water toys, you know, these kind of things. Every Christmas he was first man to bring the toys and put outside my door. Even we was away, he was very good man, very, very good man.
So that neighbour there reflecting on Adrian Dalby as a good man, as a very good man who supported him and his family. And what you get from that statement and what we've had over the last day or so now is a reflection as to how deeply this has impacted a diverse and multicultural community here in this area of Manchester, where Jewish people live alongside a number of Muslim people, and where this community, who were simply worshipping on the Day of Atonement, a day of deep reflection, were attacked and killed in one of the great tragedies that's happened to the Jewish community in this country or any other country for that matter.
Shingi, thank you. Shingi Marinke. Following developments here in Kromsel, Greater Manchester. Well, we had this statement from the UK's chief rabbi, Sir Ephraim Mervis, reacting to yesterday's terrorist incident. He gave this statement: "This is the day we hoped we would never see, but which deep down we knew would come. For so long we have witnessed an unrelenting wave of Jew hatred on our streets, on campuses, on social media and elsewhere. This is the tragic result. It's not only an assault on the Jewish community, but an attack on the very foundations of humanity and the values of compassion, dignity and respect, which we all share. May the victims' memories be for a blessing, and may the injured be granted a swift recovery. I pray that this tragedy strengthens our collective resolve to confront anti-Semitism in all its guises, once and for all." Well, as you heard there, amongst the Jewish community, fears of such an attack were already strong. Manchester Jewish community feeling that too. Nonetheless, for many who were leaving nearby synagogues yesterday evening, completely unaware of what had happened, the news came as a real shock. Katerina Vitozzi spoke to some of them.
It's the holiest of Jewish days, Yom Kippur, a moment of fasting and prayer, a time to shut out the world. We're at a synagogue just a few minutes away from where today's attack happened, and it's really the heart of North Manchester's Jewish community. All day people have been in synagogue, their phones have been turned off, and as prayers have come to an end and people have started to come out, we found that we've had to tell them what has happened, this attack on their community just moments away. Like Rachel, who heard police sirens from inside the synagogue, but didn't know what they were.
People get hurt, very badly hurt.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, 2 people have died.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my gosh.
On this holy day.
It's the holiest day of the year. Very, very frightening. Very frightening. And we're not safe. We're not safe.
Earlier in the day, we saw additional police patrols here, but security, both paid and volunteer, is a regular sight now outside every synagogue to help protect a community that even before today has felt under threat.
The security is not the solution.
What do you think is the solution?
I don't know. Those who really wants to do, they will do it with lots of security, it doesn't matter.
Amongst everyone we spoke to, there was a sense of shock, but perhaps not necessarily of surprise. Amidst rising acts of anti-Semitism in the UK, David Yehudi and the rabbi he studied with tell us today has felt like a long time coming.
As a grandchild of a Holocaust survivor, I feel as if like, hey, maybe this is before 1935 again. That's the overwhelming feeling all over the world.
That real fear.
Yeah, sure, 100%.
We have the United Nations, which was set up with the intention of never again. And where's the United Nations? Never
in terms
again?
of the global support against anti-Semitism?
Whatever, just everything. It just doesn't, it's not there anymore. We're just not there. We, as unsafe as we were before the war.
It is a shocking thing to hear on the most solemn of days. Katerina Totsi, Sky News in Manchester.
That's all from Crumpsall in Greater Manchester for the moment here on Sky News. We'll continue to keep you updated on the developments in this ongoing story, that tragic terrorist attack on the local synagogue here in Greater Manchester in the Crumpsall area. Community very much in shock. A police investigation underway. We'll keep you across developments, and Samantha Washington will have the rest of the day's news for you as well at the other side of this break.
What is it? Bag.
but I didn't know because I basically tuned my receivers into Stuart's transmitter. So I've got the loop of the I'm here until 2 and I'm up and ready for the next 30 minutes while we do the crew switch over. And then when they're ready to go, I can pull out. Okay. Nah, it depends on what I'm moving tomorrow, but if I'm clear at 2 then I'll get right home.
Police have named the two men who died as 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz and 53-year-old Adrian Dalby. Formal identification is yet to have taken place, but officers have said their families have been informed. In a statement, the Heaton Park Hebrew congregation said this desecration of our synagogue on Yom Kippur of all days is an episode that has changed us all forever. 2 of our beloved members were murdered in cold blood and others remain in hospital with serious injuries. The loss we feel is beyond words. Meanwhile, the attacker has been named as 35-year-old Jihad al-Shami, who is a British citizen of Syrian descent. He drove into worshippers before then stabbing a man and was then shot dead by police. In a statement, his family say the news from Manchester regarding the terror attack targeting a Jewish synagogue has been a profound shock to us. The al-Shami family in the UK and abroad strongly condemns this heinous act which targeted peaceful, innocent civilians. We fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what has happened. Our hearts and thoughts are with the victims and their families, and we pray for their strength and comfort. Well, 3 people are still in hospital with serious injuries as a result. One of those is being treated for a non-life-threatening gunshot wound. Another suffered a stab wound. and a third was struck by the car that seemed to have been driven by the attacker. Our correspondent Katie Barfield joins us now from Crumpsall in Greater Manchester. And Katie, the area, the people who live in it, which is very multicultural, still getting their heads around what happened just 24 hours ago.
Absolutely. I mean, I was here all day yesterday speaking about how much shock this has caused among the community, a very tolerant, multicultural community where large numbers of Jewish people and large numbers of Muslims live side by side with each other very peacefully. This has, of course, been an incredibly upsetting event. People still trying to process and trying to come to terms with it now. Just in the last few minutes, in fact, we've had a tweet from the chief rabbi, Sir Ephraim Mervis, who says, "We deeply mourn the tragic loss of Adrian Dolby and Melvin Kravitz, who, of course, both lost their lives in the attack yesterday." He said, "This morning, Valerie and I visited 3 wonderful people who were seriously injured in the attack," and asks people to pray for them. So obviously he's been in the area visiting people who were injured in the attack. Just about an hour ago as well, we had, as you mentioned, a statement from the leaders of the Heaton Park Synagogue, including the rabbi there, Daniel Walker, who said the desecration of our synagogue on Yom Kippur of all days is an episode that has changed us all forever. He also made a point, really, of thanking people not only members of the security team and members of the congregation for their bravery in stopping the attacker from getting inside and preventing this from being so much worse, but he also said they've been strengthened by the countless expressions of solidarity that have poured in not only from the Jewish community but also from faith leaders and political leaders and from people of every background. He said, "In our darkest hour, you have shown us that we do not stand alone," and that has really been a theme coming through. Condemnation, not only from the Jewish community, but from leaders of all faiths and all community members around here against this attack. We've also had several updates from Greater Manchester Police, as you mentioned, the most striking of which that they now believe that one of the victims, who very sadly passed away yesterday, was as a result of a gunshot wound from their own officers. They say that they do not believe that the attacker had a gun on him. The only shots were fired by Greater Manchester Police. They believe that not only one of the victims died as a result of those gunshot wounds, but also that one of the people who was seriously injured, that was also as a result of gunshot wounds from their own officers. And they released a statement saying that it happened as people were gathered behind the door, and those people who were injured by the gunshot wounds were close together, that possibly trying to get away from the attacker or preventing people from coming inside. We know at the time there were children inside the synagogue. There would have been very frantic efforts from people there, from people in the congregation, to stop the attacker going inside, to stop this from being much worse. It could have been much worse. But of course, there will now be an investigation, not only the continuing investigation into the background of the attacker, Jihad al-Shami, and what exactly his motivations were for this attack, but there will also be an investigation now from the police watchdog about how this happened, about how one of the people who died was, in fact, it seems to be as a result of Greater Manchester Police's own fire.
Katie, I just want to return to the point I made at the top about how multicultural an area that is, one of the most multicultural areas in the whole country. So keen to just hear a bit more about the reaction from neighbours, because it is a sad fact that terror attacks in the Greater Manchester area have happened before, not least the Manchester Arena and the Arndale Centre quite a few years back as well. So how are they responding to this? What are they saying to you about this now?
Well, indeed, those attacks, as you mentioned, are just etched in the memory of everyone from Greater Manchester, really. And there has been just profound shock and sadness expressed from the local community around here. As you say, a very multicultural community. There are there's a large Jewish community here, a large Muslim community here. People were telling me yesterday they've been living peacefully next door to one another for years and are just so shocked that something like this has happened here. We have spoken to some of the neighbours, particularly of Adrian Dolby, one of the victims, who was 53 years old. One of his neighbours told my colleagues that he was actually a cancer survivor and had been debating really whether he was going to go to synagogue at all yesterday. So that's a really tragic detail on top of the fact that he, of course, lost his life along with 66-year-old Martin Kravitz. We've also spoken spoken to one of Adrian's neighbours on camera, which I think we could play a little bit of now, saying that he was just a wonderful man.
This guy was one of the best guy I ever seen in my life. Great neighbor. Whatever you get the money to buy a book for my kids, for all the neighbor kids, book, toys, always play with the water guns, water toys, you know, these kind of things. Every Christmas he was first man to bring the toys and put outside my door, even we was away. Even we was away, he was very good man, very, very good man.
We've also had Melvin Kravitz, sorry, just correcting, I believe I said his name wrong just then. Melvin Kravitz has been described by his cousin as a gentle giant who wouldn't harm a fly. So obviously a lot of upset for the loss of these two members of the Jewish community in the attack yesterday. We also understand that within the next hour or so, there is going to be a vigil held here. Obviously, many members of the community wanting to come and pay their respects to the two victims that lost their lives in this awful attack on the streets of Crumpsall yesterday.
Katie in Crumpsall, thank you very much indeed. Now to an interview with the Chief Rabbi next.
The holiest day on the Jewish calendar, people coming to synagogue to pray, and two of them now dead. 3 in hospital with serious wounds. I have visited them. Remarkable, lovely people. And please God, they'll get through. But the ordeal is enormous. I've just met with hundreds of members of the Heaton Park Synagogue community who came together to share their thoughts and sentiments with me. What an amazing community. The resilience here is terrific, the tenacity, the strength of resolve, but obviously that accompanies deep pain and anguish.
And I would also suggest fear, based on people that we've spoken to today, about the threat they feel exists towards the Jewish community. Would you share that same sense of fear?
There is fear, there is nervousness. Together with that, you know, the term terrorist implies that a person wants to instill terror into the hearts of people. But we're not going to be cowed. And what I've seen here in Manchester is a strong community, a community that will continue to stand proud for its values and which will get through this dark period successfully. We mourn the loss of 2 people who tragically lost their lives. We pray for the healing of those injured and also the healing of the brokenhearted. And that includes many Jewish people across this country and many citizens across this country who recognise that an attack on the Jews of the UK is an attack on the values of our society.
We spoke with members of the community yesterday who said they felt that although they were deeply shocked by what happened, in some way they weren't necessarily surprised.
I share that sentiment. This was the day that we feared would come, but deep down we knew it was inevitable, given the deep tone of Jew hatred on the streets of this country, on university campuses, in social media, in some of the media. A lot of the Jew hate has gone by unchecked, and it was only a matter of time.
What would you call on now to happen from the support you feel the community would need from the government to better protect it?
We need a better legal framework which allows for our police forces to do what is necessary in order to ensure that the citizens of the UK are safe. We need to recognise that the unjust demonisation of Israel spills over and contributes to an anti-Jewish tone in this country and also encourages extremism. We need to recognise that this is not only an attack on Jews, and it doesn't only affect the future of Jews. All of our Western civilization right now is on the front line, and we need to protect our values and to stand up for who we are and what we are about.
And just a final word, please. What would your message be to the family and loved ones of the men that have died in this attack?
Our country is with you in your time of pain, and your relatives were heroes. I've heard most amazing stories of their bravery, how they genuinely put their lives on the line and paid the ultimate sacrifice in order to guarantee that a synagogue door would be closed in the efforts to lock it, to protect those inside. In a mad moment of outright hatred, the kind of thing you would never imagine would happen here within Manchester, but which did happen. And what I would love to see is that emerging after yesterday's horrific attack, there needs to be a change of mindset. And we need now to encourage people to strengthen social harmony, to engage in love of other people, to reach out in order to guarantee that we as a society will get on well together, that there will be a prevention of such attacks, proper protection, and that all of us as citizens will be responsible in the future.
Thank you very much.
That was Ephraim Mervis, the Chief Rabbi of the UK. Let's cross to Westminster now. Our political correspondent, Rob Powell, is there for more on the political reaction to what happened in Greater Manchester yesterday. Afternoon to you, Rob. I was discussing the situation with John Craig last night in Westminster when there was a pro-Palestinian protest going on in Westminster. And look, those happen all the time, of course. But there were some arrests as a result last night. Is there any sort of detail about whether it happened because of what happened in Manchester yesterday? Pure coincidence? What else do we know about it?
Yeah, I think a lot of the protests that we saw yesterday were connected to the interception of that flotilla by the Israeli Navy. So I'm not sure it was necessarily directly connected to, obviously, the awful events in Manchester. But as you say, there were a number of arrests. We have also had criticism from the government and from the Home Secretary towards those protests as well. The Home Secretary calling on them essentially to have not gone ahead, and said that the fact that they did go ahead was un-British. We have also are expecting more protests tomorrow, this time connected to the Palestine Action Group, that group that was prescribed as a terror organisation by the government, a month or two ago. We've seen quite a few of those types of protests happen in central London and in Westminster over recent weeks. And they do take up quite a lot of police resource and attention because of the fact that if you're expressing support for Palestine Action, a prescribed group, then you are arrested. You're committing a criminal offence. Last time it happened a few weeks ago, we had hundreds of people being arrested and actually processed not too far away from where I'm talking to you now on Millbank. So it is a vast operation for the police. And in that context, we had the Met writing to the organisers of one protest today, essentially asking them to postpone it so that they could divert more resource towards keeping synagogues safe and towards there being a more visible security presence to essentially reassure Jewish communities in London. That has been rejected by the organisers. They say that it will be a peaceful protest and have essentially said, look, you shouldn't be arresting us. Of course, if you do express support for Palestine Action, you're committing a criminal offence, and that is why they're being arrested. The Home Secretary has criticised the fact that those marches, those protests aren't being postponed as well. And a little bit earlier, she gave her reaction to yesterday's demos and told us what she thought about the fact that they did go ahead. Here's Shabana Mahmood.
Some humanity could have been shown. I am disappointed that humanity and solidarity wasn't shown to our Jewish community, and I have made sure that the police have all of the resources they need to ensure that they are able to police these protests. As we spoke about earlier, something like 40 arrests were made last night, and we will make sure that any protests that go ahead comply with the law, and where someone steps outside of the law of our land, they will be arrested.
Home Secretary, of course, has been alongside the Prime Minister today in Manchester. Sir Keir Starmer and his wife visited the site of the attack at the synagogue. They also then went on to visit Greater Manchester Police headquarters, where they met around 40 of the first responders to that attack yesterday. Keir Starmer saying that he had seen body-worn camera footage of the attack and that he felt that he was clear in his mind of the professionalism and the speed of the response, and that the situation would have been much worse if it wasn't for the police. So clearly giving his full backing to the police, very important, of course, given what we've learnt in the last few hours about one of the victims apparently potentially losing their life because of a bullet wound, a gunshot from a firearms officer. He and his wife, of course, before he has spoken about how his wife is from a Jewish heritage, how they observe Jewish cultural traditions, so very personal to him. And we have heard also from the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary today saying about how there's no place for anti-Semitism and about how all Jewish communities in the country should feel safe. So I think important for the Prime Minister to be visible up there. It sometimes can be a bit of a balance for a Prime Minister when something like this has happened, because you go to the site, inevitably that attracts more security demands when the Prime Minister and high-ranking politicians are head there. But clearly the situation relatively contained there. Keir Starmer deciding that he wants to be seen to be present there as a reassuring message, but also, I think, giving thanks to some of the emergency services that were there on the scene yesterday.
Rob, thanks very much indeed. And in around half an hour's time, we'll be joined here by Baroness Berger, one of the most prominent Jewish parliamentarians, sits for Labour in the House of Lords, having previously left the party and returned because of its own problem with anti-Semitism. We'll be talking to her about the situation in Manchester and the ramifications of what happened there. Let's discuss it further now, though, with the police commentator Graham Weston, who joins us. Graham, good to see you as always. And look, more details emerging, in particular around the police operation there in Crumpsall yesterday. And at first glance, if we base what we know on what we've heard from the Home Office pathologist, it seems like inadvertently one of the people who was killed was hit by a police bullet.
Yeah, sadly it does. And I thought that was quite a clear statement and a quick statement from the Greater Manchester Chief Constable, Sir Steve Watson, that outlined what they discovered. The initial examination by a pathologist that one of the victims who sadly died had sustained a gunshot wound. They were waiting for a full post-mortem for actual cause of death. But then one of the other victims who's injured and in hospital had also sustained a gunshot wound. And I think that just explains probably how difficult and challenging that situation, that scenario was at the door of the synagogue, where those people are bravely trying to stop this individual from entering the synagogue, albeit he'd stabbed some people either during that confrontation or before, and he was wearing what clearly looked like an explosive device. So for the officers attending there, their prime objective has to be stopping him getting through those doors with what appears to be an explosive device on his belt.
Yes, it must be such a difficult situation for those officers to find themselves in. Of course, we've seen some footage taken by a passerby as there looks like two armed officers telling people to get back, seeming to shout, "He's got a bomb." And then we hear off-camera shots being fired. You get a sense there of just how quickly things developed, and also how quickly, by the way, Graham, that they were on site anyway, the police officers, but tremendously difficult, and it's going to be even worse now given the circumstances that we're discussing.
Yeah, I'm sure that they'll be devastated if it turns out to be that in discharging their weapons, they've actually injured some of the people that were very bravely trying to stop this individual from gaining entry. But as you pointed out, these happen very, very quickly. They literally, they arrive on scene, he's already attacked people and seriously injured them. They're being shouted at and told he's got a bomb. And in those sort of scenarios, and unfortunately I was never in that type of situation, many officers haven't been, but when you're dealing with any sort of threat or risk situation where people are at risk of being seriously harmed, your attention, your focus goes on almost what you're being told. And it does take some time to your mind to almost work out if what you're being told is actually what's in front of you. You have to deal with almost what you're told is a threat and what you can see is a threat. And you could clearly see he had something on his person that looked like an explosive device. And the last thing they could allow to happen was him to get through those doors into a room full of people with anything that could then explode. So he had to be stopped at the door. They had to discharge their weapons. They'll be devastated if they find out that actually in doing so, either a round has gone through him or through the door. He was Obviously, he was moving around quite a lot at those doors to get in, but no officer goes to work either wanting to draw their weapon or discharge it. Those actions were caused yesterday by that individual attacking that synagogue and injuring the people that he did.
Graham, let's focus on the initial response itself, because I think the term now used is Operation Plato, for all emergency services to be aligned when this kind of thing happens. Where have the learnings come from for that? Because we know the Manchester Arena bombing threw up an awful lot of questions that really needed to be answered by the authorities. There certainly seem to have been failings there, where 22 people died a few years back. In terms of the response, have things improved a lot since those days?
Yeah, they have. And we can go even further back, the Mumbai attacks. Police. When I was in the police respond to these sort of terror attacks were to deal with the victims as you come up, to deal with any injuries. So you would stop and deal with the injured people first. The first priority for police officers is preserve life. If you see someone seriously injured, you would stop and deal with that injury. But what we found from Mumbai, from the attacks in France, was that we were getting these marauding terror attacks where terrorists would turn up at a location, injure people, then almost lay in wait for the emergency services to turn up and then attack them. So tactics had to evolve and change, as the terrorist tactics did. So Plato now aligns all the emergency services and they rehearse their responses. When Plato is called, the armed officers will go into the actual location, the threat area. They will then, as we saw at London Bridge and the market, they will go through the area first of all, ensure it is safe and secure, neutralise any threat by any attackers, and then they will call in the ambulance service, the fire service, other police officers to come in and deal with any victims and any scene preservation, etc. So it's a very well rehearsed now practice, Plato. It is called by the police and they have primacy as they manage it down to actually securing the scene.
Graham, good to see you as always. Appreciate the insight and the expertise. Thank you very much indeed. Just want to bring you a new line that's just emerged relating to Baroness Michelle Mone, who involved with PPE MedPro, which is the company that was ordered to pay back nearly £122 million to the government earlier in the week after it was found to have breached a contract to supply surgical gowns during the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, Baroness Michelle Mone says she has no wish to return to the House of Lords as a Conservative peer after that company linked to her was ordered to repay all of that money. She's apparently written a letter to Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch today, saying there seemed to be a bit of amnesia about her loss of the Conservative whip, stating that she had removed it myself by taking a leave of absence. She continues in this letter to the Tory leader, "You'll be pleased to hear that once I do clear my name, I have no wish to return to the Lords as a Conservative peer." That's assuming there still is a Conservative party before the next general election. So Baroness Mone making her feelings very clear in that letter to Kemi Badenoch. It requires an act of Parliament for someone to be have their peerage removed of them. So unless she decides to relinquish it herself, she will remain with the title of Lady Mone in perpetuity, but certainly doesn't seem to be wanting to use it to return to sit on the red benches of the House of Lords. That's revealed in a letter from Michelle Mone to Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservatives. Let's return to the situation in Manchester and that developing story now. Joining me is Commissioner for Countering Extremism, Robin Simcox. Robin, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us here on Sky News today, this afternoon. We'll discuss the wider context in a moment, but first I want to get your reaction to what we've learned today around police firearms officers inadvertently neutralising this perpetrator but seeming to injure and kill someone else.
Well, I haven't actually seen this latest information. All I would say is that obviously the police operate in a highly volatile atmosphere in this kind of situation. They see what they believe to be a terrorist, potentially with a suicide vest, who has rammed a vehicle into a building. And of course, their priority is stopping any innocent people being hurt and, of course, neutralizing the threat posed by the terrorist. It's not an easy job. And if there's been innocent people who have been killed in the process of that's happened, that's of course tragic to hear.
Let's return to the wider context then, because it's always shocking when a terror attack happens, but we know they happen, and they've happened before. And occasionally we hear the security services saying, we've stopped X number happening. Because it feels like a while since the previous one, is there that risk that people fall into a false sense of security, that they get a bit more complacent about these possibilities?
Potentially. I think as a society, we tend to snap quite back to the default, to the norm after these terrorist attacks happen. I mean, in some way, that's a sign of a healthy society, that we don't allow our lives to be run by fear from acts of terrorism. But it's been interesting, some of the discourse in the past 24 hours or so, discussing recent terrorist attacks. There was a terrorist attack that took place in Hartlepool not long after the terrible attacks by Hamas on the 7th of October that I think was sort of went under the radar for a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's something we just need to be aware of without letting it, I think, ultimately dominate our lives.
In terms of countering the reasons why some people would want to do this, and there could be many reasons, and sometimes it could be down to the mental health of that individual rather than some sort of philosophical approach, and we don't know exactly yet in this situation. Are we getting better as a society at tackling extremism?
I don't think we're especially getting better. I mean, I to be honest, I think the last 2 years have been pretty sobering, if I'm frank. The atmospherics, I think, especially for Jewish people since the 7th of October have turned pretty ugly. There has been and of course it's not across the board, but I think, a sizable enough minority to make a difference, whether it's in some of the protests, whether it's on religious institutes, whether it's in the arts, whether it's on university campuses. Some sentiments have been aired about Jews and Jewish people that I thought, to be frank, we had got beyond in this country. And so I think that the atmosphere, if I'm frank, has deteriorated after the last couple of years. I don't think we are especially getting better at tackling extremism. If anything, it seems to be becoming more embedded in certain parts of the country. And that should, of course, it's a cause for concern for Jews first and foremost, but it should shame all of us, really, to want to take action to reverse the trend.
I'm not talking politically here, but certainly when it comes to the discourse, the centre ground seems to be lacking at the moment. People are being pushed more one way or the other. If you're not for me, you're against me. And that agreeing to disagree seems to have been forgotten by a lot of people. When people are being polarised, or discourse is being polarised, is that pushing more to the margins, pushing more towards having more extremist views?
Yeah, I mean, the art of agreeing to disagree just feels like it's almost like a lost language at times. And that's not just here in the UK. I think you could make that case across the West more broadly over the last decade or so. And look, I think that we've got to be pretty consistent on this, and we've got to know what our values are as a country. One of the values that I thought that we cherished as a nation was that we looked after, defended, protected religious minorities in this country. And that also feels to me like it's been a little bit lost over the last couple of years, where it's felt like Jews have been portrayed and depicted in this way that people have become. I mean, I would just use one example. Bob Dylan chanting "Death, death" to the IDF at Glastonbury this year. Yeah. The IDF, of course, is a body where British citizens can also serve. Not that should matter, but I think it's relevant. And you get however many thousand of people just unthinkingly chanting along with them. That seems to me to be an indicator into something pretty dark that's happening in the country that I don't really think we've begun to reckon with.
In terms of the politics of our country, though, the politics we have is combative. You have the opposition and the government sitting opposite each other, whereas, of course, in other institutions, they tend to sit in a circular setting. We've had, of course, with things like the Brexit vote, it is either for or against. It is simply a binary choice. Do you think this binary idea, without fully recognising the range of motivations, the range of issues, is playing a part in this, just briefly?
Well, I think people should be always willing to change their mind. I mean, combative debate, I think, is generally a good thing. People debating ideas is a good thing. But it sometimes feels like there's also got to be intellectual curiosity to be able to carry on learning, to carry on having your perceptions and preconditions challenged, and not just get into echo chambers where you just have your view only reinforced and you're not open to the view
I could continue to hear yours, Robin, but I'm afraid we are to time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks so much.
You're watching Sky News. More after this short break.
back to 2019 and back to 2015.
Yeah.
It didn't give me, I mean, it was very, very disturbing for us all for those things to have happened, and it only confirmed what we knew to have happened. But let me be very clear that the Labour Party is under a very, very different leadership under Sir Keir Starmer, and certainly having seen the action taken from within the party, it's been very, very significant. I can now go and take part fully as I did do historically and for many years before. I feel the Labour Party very much is a space that I can be in. That's not symptomatic of other places and spaces beyond the Labour Party.
It's seen prominent Jewish people in this country, Gabriel Pogrund, for example, journalist for The Times, saying, in light of what has happened, still feels Britain is one of the best places to be Jewish in the world, one of the safest places.
First of all, to the young people who are standing here with me, to the Finley family, to the honest kids, one of the people, one of the heroes of the Heaton Park Shul community, who is today in hospital recovering from terrible wounds, together with Andrew, who blocked the terrorists with his body, and together with Bernard, who did the same. And so I want to begin with prayers for them, as is traditional. If you can, please join with me. Shir Alois, Esainai El Hehorim, Me'ayin Yovo Yezri. Ezri Me'im Adonai, Oisei Shomayim Voretz. Al Yitain Lamoit Raglecha, Al Yonum Shomrecha. Hine La Yonum V'la Yishon Shoymei Yisrael. Adonai Shomrecha, Adonai Tilcha, Al Yad Yeminecha. Yoimam Hashemesh Lo Yakekov, Yoreach Baloila. Adonai Yishmocha Mikora, Yishmoir Es Nafshecha. Adonai Yishmor Teizcha Uvoyecha, Me'ata V'yad Olam. Friends, we pray for the injured and for all those of our community and beyond who are suffering from this heinous event. And we also remember Adrian and Melvin, two truly wonderful, special men whose lives were so truly snatched from them as they tried to pray as Jews on the holiest day of the year, on Yom Kippur. I'm going to recite for them the memorial prayer. El Molei Rachamim, Shoichein Bameroimim, Hansei Menucha Nechain Al Kanfei Shechina, B'Malais Kadoshim Utahoirim, Kezoya Horokia Mazhirim, Es Nishmois, Avraham, Yaakov, Ben David, Ben Sion, V'Meir Eliezer, Ben Binyamin, Sholchu Li'olamam, Bavo Sholu Mispalim, B'Razkos Nishmosam, B'Gan Eden Tei Menucha Som Lochein Balarachamim, Yastvei Mitzez Kanafav Lo'olamim, V'Yitzoi B'Tzachaimis Nishmosehem, Adonai Unachlasam, V'Yanuchu B'Shalom Mishkovam, V'Naimar, Amen. Please now join me in a moment of silence. Avinu Malkeinu, our Father, our King, Shlach, Refuah Shalem, Malachayle Amecha. Send a complete recovery to those unwell. Yehei, Zichram, Baruch, may their memory be for a blessing. Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Mark Addlestone, OBE, the Chairman of the JLC.
Thank you, Rabbi Daniel. I can't imagine how you're feeling, what that was like, and what you've gone through. So, ladies and gentlemen, like you, I'm still shell-shocked by what happened yesterday, but as chair of the Jewish Representative Council, I know that our community is looking for two things: leadership and hope. So we are blessed to have various MPs and civic dignitaries here, and in particular, I want to highlight Minister Alex Davis-Jones. Thank you so much for being with us, and many of you. Thank you to Keith Black and Louise Jacobs from the JLC, and Phil Rosenberg from the Board of Deputies for joining us again from London and giving us your support. We grieve for the losses of Adrian and Melvin, and we pray for the recovery of Yoni and Andrew and Bernard. We feel the comfort and the support of the wider non-Jewish world. We know that the silent majority is throwing its arms around us in sympathy and in support. Greater Manchester Police and the emergency services have been outstanding. Our civic leaders, yes, thank you. See our chief over here. Thank you for being with us. Chief Constable Sir Stephen Watson. Our civic leaders and politicians have been incredibly supportive, as evidenced by the turnout today. And we really do appreciate this support. It gives us strength. And yet, there is so much more that needs to be done if the deaths of these two poor souls are to mean anything. Change needs to happen. And I see right in front of me a sign saying, "No more words, we demand action." So our challenge to, and our demand of, our political leaders, including the Deputy Prime Minister, who is here with us today, is to stop this hateful narrative, to stem this at its rotten core. The conflation of anti-Zionism and Jew hatred cannot be allowed to continue. No longer can people claim to be anti-Zionist and yet not Jew haters. We can no longer appease the extremists in this country, especially those of the far left and radical Islamists. We have to stop the Palestinian marches being a glorification of the death of Jews. As it was yesterday, unbelievable, on the day of those two deaths. Now, half of the marchers are certainly marching for humanitarian reasons, but half are not. And we need to focus on the half that are not. We have to ban the phrase, globalize the Intifada. We have to tackle those people who are teaching and spreading hatred in places of worship. We have to tackle the university campuses and the NHS, where Jewish students and workers and patients are made to feel vulnerable by there being a proliferation of pro-Palestinian badges. We have to root out the evil ideology, but not with hatred, not hatred from our side. Words matter. Words lead to hate, and hate leads to the tragedy we endured yesterday. We cannot continue to allow a war being waged over 2,500 miles away to bleed onto our streets. We look to our politicians to make diversity beautiful by insisting on real integration, where communities contribute to the overall good of the country and don't continue to look inwardly, staying rooted within their own narrow worlds. We are proud British Mancunian Jews who have contributed to this country for over 150 years. We love Manchester, and we love this country, and we proudly wave the Union Jack. Are those who are against us also proud of being British? Which flag do they wave? This is our challenge to our political leaders who are here on the stage with us today. So therefore, I have great pleasure in introducing our Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy. And before I do, please, we know how we all feel. We know how we all feel.
Go to Palestine! Shame on you! Go to Palestine! Leave us alone!
They've allowed it to grow on a property. My children's school was closed today. You have allowed this to happen.
You have blood on your hands!
You are all guilty of it all. You have allowed Jew hatred in Manchester on the street. You have allowed it. You are all guilty. We do not want you speaking here today. You do not speak for us. You do not speak in circles. We do not want you speaking. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Shame on you! Shame on you!
Shame on you! Shame on you! Empty word. We want
Okay, all right, we've heard enough. We've heard enough. We've heard enough. We know how you feel. I know how I feel. Let's give the time for our Deputy Prime Minister to address us. David Lammy.
Friends, we must stand together today. We must stand in grief, in solidarity and in defiance. Grief for the innocent lives that were taken so cruelly, senseless murders carried out on Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish year. Grief that causes so much pain and so much suffering. Today, our hearts, our thoughts, our prayers must be with the families and those who were killed. And of course with this community, this Jewish community, both here in Manchester and at Heaton Park Synagogue. Right across our nation, and as the Member of Parliament for Tottenham, I know the suffering in Crumpsall is the same as the pain, the worry, and the frightened faces in my own constituency and in the area of Stamford Hill, one of the historic homes of the Jewish community in this country. In that sense, London and Manchester are twin communities, grieving as one, and the whole nation is with them. That's why we stand in solidarity with the Jewish people, because an attack like this is never felt alone. Wherever you are in our country, Jewish people, our friends, our neighbours, our loved ones, are terrified by the events of yesterday, of becoming targets, victims of anti-Semitic hate, simply for who they are. But I know this about Britain's Jewish community, a community I have known all of my life. You are strong, you are resilient, and you will never be cowed. And that's what I want you to know today. That our country, those of all colours, all faiths and none, stand with you. We stand with you against terrorism. We stand with you against those who think bombs and blasts will break us. We stand against all those who would minimise or coddle or obfuscate on anti-Jewish hate. We know terrorism in this country. We know it, of course, in this city. We saw it at the arena. And we have seen it in Heaton Park. We all know terrorism. We all feel terrorism. My best friend from childhood, James Adams, was blown to smithereens in the 7/7 bombings. And I vow to you, every Christian, every Muslim, every Jew, every Mancunian, every Brit, we will never stop fighting it. That is why we stand in defiance of those terrorists who seek to divide us, who want to pit neighbour against neighbour, to weaken the bonds that bind us together as one nation, one people, one united kingdom.
Please, let the Deputy Prime Minister speak, please.
Every Saturday!
Please!
We cannot, we must not let them divide us. We must show them who we really are, not what they want us to become or to believe, but Britain's true nature, a tolerant nation, built on mutual respect, common understanding, where people live not in fear. But in freedom, that is who we are. That is who we will always be. And it cannot be eroded by violence. It cannot be erased by vile acts, such as those carried out here yesterday. I want to close with this thought. When I have lost loved ones in the past, Jewish friends have often used a phrase to comfort me. May their memory be a blessing. Nothing will ever take away the pain of what happened here, but how we respond now, how we stand together, yes, in grief and in solidarity, but also in defiance and a shared mission against terror in the name of us all. That response honours those we have lost. May their memory be a blessing, not just to their families, not just to the Jewish community, but to our entire nation always. And for those that are considering marching over the weekend, I ask them to reflect with all human dignity, grace and understanding, and to stop and to stand back. Thank you.
Every week. They call for death in the park. Walk past the university Sunday.
Okay, our next speaker is the leader of Manchester City Council, Bev Craig.
Friends, I'm not going to stand here with our Mayor of Greater Manchester and speak at length with empty words. I just want you to know this. What we saw yesterday, an attack on the streets of our city that attacked Jews for being Jews on the holiest day, we will fight that and we will stand against that. And I need you to know our thoughts are with those who have lost loved ones, those who have been injured, their family, their friends and their community. We will take from this the strength that we hear in front of us today, but know this, and this is an important and powerful message about our city. Our city has been made great by the generations that have built the Manchester that we know and we love today. Our Jewish residents, over generations, have built this city that we see. An attack on you is an attack on all of us, and we will not stand for it. We must change, we must do differently. So here today, not just words, but a commitment to action. We will be open to meeting with every single one of you that wants to hear from us. We were here to listen, we're not here to lecture. This is about our city healing. This is about us saying a terrorist attack on the streets of Manchester attacks us all. It attacks our diversity, it attacks our democracy, and it attacks who we are as a very essence. We stand with you, we love you, we support you, and we want to hear from you. So that's all that I have to say today, but thank you for coming today in the rain.
This was an appalling anti-Semitic attack on our Jewish friends and neighbours, and we are here today because, as Bev said, we care about you, we love you, we value what you have given to Greater Manchester over the years. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. That is the permanent principle, the firm foundation on which this city region has been built by you, by us, by everyone here over centuries. That is who we are. And we will not let this break us in any way, shape or form. I salute the strength of our Jewish community. I visit the Jewish community with colleagues behind me. I salute the power of all of your community organisations, and let me say something about the Community Security Trust. The people who mobilised yesterday morning, the minute the call came, those who stood there behind the door, preventing what could have been something much worse. A community that is strong and supports each other, that has each other's backs. But can I say to you, we have your back too. That is us, that is Greater Manchester, and will always be that way. But we also should say thank you today to our emergency services who are there in your hour of need, in our hour of need. The fire service who were on site and supported, and the ambulance service, but of course Greater Manchester Police, whose officers showed exemplary courage in dealing with the situation before them. And I would like you actually to now welcome the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police, who leads our police force so brilliantly, to address you all. Thank you.
Good on you, Andy!
Good afternoon. It is, for me and all of my officers, a source of profound regret that once again, in the immediate aftermath of yet another anti-Semitic terrorist atrocity on our streets, that we come together to stand in solidarity with those who mourn I can pledge to you that GMP are with you as one in continuing relentlessly, professionally, ruthlessly, all of those who would harm our Jewish community and other communities across Greater Manchester, where hate is the originator of their intent. I echo the Mayor's, I think, very justified praise of the CST, who are a brilliant example and I reference the CST specifically because they are the embodiment of our mutual determination to keep our communities safe, and for you to have your absolute God-given right to live your Jewish lives as you are entitled to do in our country. And lastly, I too would reflect upon the fact that we, in mourning those who have lost their lives, are literally reflecting upon people who gave their lives in the very act of protecting the lives of others. There can be no greater sacrifice, and our thoughts and prayers are with them, their families, and all of you. God bless you.
Thank you. For me, it was as an 11-year-old schoolboy in Manchester, I discovered that the Jewish boys in my class, who were probably about between 10 and 20% of us, were just the same as me. The only main difference was that on a Friday afternoon in winter, they got to miss the last lesson and go home early. I learned then that the common humanity that binds us together is more important than any differences that we have, and I've sought to live that out ever since, not least in my 12 years now as Bishop of Manchester. Today, the heavens are weeping with us, typical Manchester weather, and we, whatever background we come from, whatever faith we represent or none, we too are weeping with our Jewish sisters and our Jewish brothers. And we do pledge ourselves to action, and that action will often be quite small actions, just the way we put our arms around each other, just the way we greet each other, just the way we take the effort to understand each other's lives and to respect each other's traditions. Those are the small acts of love that matter, because, as I've said so many times over this last 24 hours, hate will never defeat hate, only love will defeat hate. That's what I pledge myself to today. That's what I know the faith communities of Greater Manchester pledge themselves there to. I hope that we all pledge ourselves to that as well today. God bless you all.
Thank you, Bishop. I want to add my thanks to the thanks that have already been given. Thanks on behalf of our community, the Eaton Park Shore community, and all the wider Jewish community. I want to say thank you again to those special and heroic men who stopped that terrorist getting into my shul and stopped much worse things happening. I want to say thank you to the emergency services, first of all to the police, who came to our aid in the time of our greatest need, who were there for us, for the fire service, for the ambulance service, for those who tended to the wounded, to all those who have helped us and supported us through this most terrible and darkest of times. I want to say thank you to all of the dignitaries here and all of their kind words, and I want to say thank you to you, to all of you who have come out today to show your support. Thank you from the very bottom of the Eaton Park Shul heart.
As Bishop Walker said, the skies are weeping, and right they may. Because yesterday, evil and darkness stalked the roads of Manchester, stalked the steps of my shul, and brought death and sorrow and injury. And that demands a response. It demands a political response and a practical response. But I think it demands, as Bishop Walker said, a spiritual response as well. My friends, my community members, Adrian and Melvin, died as Jews, for being Jews. And so I beg all of the Jewish community here to please strengthen not the opposite, but strengthen your lives as Jews. The only way to defeat darkness, the only way to defeat unholiness is with goodness. I beg you today, Erev Shabbos, to please give a little bit of charity, to make sure you light Shabbos candles, and perhaps most significantly, that murderer tried to shut down our shul. He shut down the shul building, but he didn't shut down our prayers. We did all the prayers of Yom Kippur, and we continued this morning with Shachris, and we're going to continue over Shabbos, because he will not stop us from connecting to our Father in heaven. And so I ask you, please, daven, go to shul, show your strength and your pride, and let us show that we are not cowed. As Jews, we always rebuild, we always recover, we always return stronger, and that is what we will do. And to all of our friends, all of our non-Jewish friends here of all faiths and none, I thank you on behalf of all of our community for your support at this most critical of times. We needed your warm embrace, and we're grateful for it, because we know we are not alone. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Wish you a good Shabbos and a Shabbat Shalom, a peaceful Shabbos for you and your families, for all of Am Yisrael, and indeed for all of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes the service.
At that vigil in Crumpsall, Bishop of Manchester, who was also called Walker, David Walker, the police chief of Greater Manchester Police, Sir Stephen Watson, the mayor of Greater Manchester, the leader of Manchester City Council, Mark Addleston as well, who is the chair of the Jewish Council of Greater Manchester, but also David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, who was heckled before he could speak. Let's bring in our correspondent Katie Barnfield briefly, who joins us from Crumpsall there. And a reasonably sized crowd there, Katie, but it was David Lammy in particular who some people there showed their dissatisfaction of.
Yes, absolutely. David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, one of the political leaders who stood here on stage today, and he had called on the Jewish community, he said, to stand in grief, in solidarity and defiance. But he was actually heckled before even taking to the stage, and then he had to stop several times during his speech because of people heckling things like "Stop the Marches," of course, obviously referring to those pro-Palestine marches that took place still yesterday after this attack on a synagogue here in Crumpsall, which the Home Secretary, among others, have condemned as insensitive, but obviously very, very controversial, very, very difficult atmosphere, as well as people coming to grieve. There were also those heckles of the Deputy Prime Minister, really changing the atmosphere here.
Katie in Crumpsall for us this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed. That's just coming off the back of that vigil there after the terror attack at the synagogue yesterday. Much more coming up on that after the break. Good afternoon, this is Sky News Today. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Matt Barbett. The top stories this afternoon. It's emerged that one of the two people who was killed in yesterday's terror attack at a Manchester synagogue was accidentally shot by police officers. The Prime Minister Keir Starmer has visited Heaton Park Synagogue as well as Greater Manchester Police headquarters today.
I am absolutely clear in my mind as to the professionalism of the response, the speed of the response, and also that an absolutely awful incident would have been even worse if it hadn't been for your response.
The two victims have been named as 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz and 53-year-old Adrian Dalby. 3 other people remain in a serious condition in hospital.
Everybody else, get back! If you're not involved, move back!
The family of the attacker, Jihad al-Shami, have distanced themselves from his actions and say their thoughts are with the victims.
We do not want you speaking here today! You do not.
In the last hour, the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, has been heckled at a vigil being held for the victims in Manchester. Good afternoon. Police have said that one of those who died in yesterday's attack on a synagogue in Greater Manchester was accidentally shot by one of their own officers. Greater Manchester Police has referred itself to the watchdog, the IOPC. Police have named the two victims of the attack as 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz and 53-year-old Adrian Dalby. Formal identification is yet to take place, but officers have said their families have been informed. The attacker has also been named as Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. He drove into worshippers before stabbing a man and was then shot dead by police officers. His family is distancing itself from the attack in a statement saying the news from Manchester regarding the terrorist attack targeting a Jewish synagogue has been a profound shock to us. The al-Shami family in the UK and abroad strongly condemns this heinous act, which targeted peaceful, innocent civilians. We fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what has happened. Our hearts and thoughts are with the victims and their families, and we pray for their strength and comfort. The Prime Minister and his wife, Victoria, visited Heaton Park Synagogue earlier on today, and they later went to Greater Manchester Police headquarters, where Keir Starmer praised officers for their actions and thanked them for how they handled the terror attack.
I've been to the scene to pay my respects and to get a sense of what you were confronted with. I've also seen the body-worn cameras and the footage out of that. And I am absolutely clear in my mind as to the professionalism of the response, the speed of the response, and also that an absolutely awful incident would have been even worse if it hadn't been for your response. So thank you is a really important 2 words at a time like this. And I say thank you to each and every one of you, and through you to all the other people that were there responding yesterday, and ask that to be passed on to all of those. This was a dreadful attack, a terrorist attack, to inflict fear, attacking Jews because they are Jews. And it's really important today that the whole country comes together, people of all faiths and no faiths, to stand in support and solidarity with our Jewish community. And I know that your work and everything you've done will help to that end, but it is something the whole country now needs to do. We must defeat anti-Semitism, and that is the responsibility of all of us. It's the responsibility of government, and we will rise to that challenge.
In the last hour, a vigil has been held in Manchester to remember those who died, and among the speakers were the Manchester Mayor, Andy Burnham, and the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police, Sir Stephen Watson. As well as local dignitaries, the vigil was attended by the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood and the Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy, and he was heckled by some of the people in the crowd.
I have great pleasure in introducing our Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, and before I do, please, we know how we all feel,
Well, let's speak to our correspondent Katie Barnfield, who joins us now from Crumpsall in Manchester. Afternoon to you, Katie. David Lammy was being introduced there by a prominent member of Manchester's Jewish community. You then had to wait as people decided to say what they wanted to say. I know it wasn't everybody there, it was a handful of people, but they were pretty vocal. Just tell us more about it from your perspective, because you were there too.
Absolutely. Well, it was a very, very tense exchange, as you could hear just in that clip there that was played. The Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, coming to this vigil, which is meant to honour the victims, the two victims who lost their lives, and also pay tribute to the strength and the bravery of the Jewish community members around here as well. But before he was even able to take the stage, David Lammy, people were booing him. He then started his speech, which he said he was calling on the community to stand in grief, in solidarity and in defiance. But he had to stop his speech several times because of shouts, because of heckles from the crowd. People were shouting things like "Stop the marches," clearly very unhappy about those pro-Palestine marches that still went ahead yesterday, even after this terror attack on Synagogue here in Manchester. People, those marches, the timing of those marches has been condemned as insensitive by people, including the Home Secretary, but they were allowed to go ahead, although with a heavy police presence. People here obviously very, very unhappy about that. Someone else in the crowd also shouted, "We don't want you here," to David Lammy, which drew cheers from the crowd. And it was actually the previous speaker, Mark Addleston, who's the chair of the Jewish Representative Council, who had to say to the crowd, "That's enough," and stop people from heckling David Lammy so he could continue his speech. I mean, clearly there is a lot of fear, a lot of stress amongst the Jewish community here. People were telling me yesterday, even before this attack happened, they were feeling vulnerable, they were feeling unsafe, they were almost expecting something like this was going to happen. So obviously emotions are running extremely high here, and we saw among a few members of the crowd that spill over into the vigil here.
The skies are weeping, and right they may, because yesterday evil and darkness stalked the roads of Manchester, stalked the steps of my shul, and brought death and sorrow and injury. And that demands a response. It demands a political response and a practical response. But I think it demands, as Bishop Walker said, a spiritual response as well. My friends, my community members, Adrian and Melvin, died as Jews, for being Jews. And so I beg all of the Jewish community here to please strengthen not the opposite, but strengthen your lives as Jews. The only way to defeat darkness, the only way to defeat unholiness is with goodness.
And you could just hear that was Rabbi Daniel Walker, who is the leader of Heaton Park Synagogue, the synagogue where the attack took place here yesterday in Crumpsall. He was on the stage to pay tribute to the two victims who sadly lost their lives, calling them his friends. His focus obviously now, as he was saying in that speech, is to try and bring the communities together, not let hateful acts like this divide them. And that was the intention of the vigil, was to pay tribute to the victims and also bring the community together, although it was disrupted, as we heard earlier, as the Deputy Prime Minister was speaking, by a few people who were heckling him.
Katie, we've also learned today that one of the men who died had been shot, and the Home Office pathologist has pointed to the fact that the perpetrator didn't have a gun, so has only been able to deduce that actually they may have been shot by the police officers who were there to try and bring the situation to an end.
Yeah, that is probably one of the most striking developments we've had today on this. We heard a little earlier this afternoon that, in fact, Greater Manchester Police believe that they accidentally took the life of one of the two victims who died in this attack. They said that they were the only people on the ground that had guns at the time. We know that they opened fire on the attacker. It appears that accidentally one of those bullets has hit one of the two men who died. They also said that they believe that they caused a gunshot injury to someone else, which is not life-threatening. And they said in a statement, well, they've said, subject to further forensic examination, these injuries may have been sustained as a tragic and unforeseen consequence of the urgently required action taken by officers to bring this vicious attack to an end. I mean, they did respond extremely quickly. It was within minutes. The first 999 call was at 9:31 and police had opened fire, we understand, by 9:38, so that is 7 minutes after they were called. It was obviously scenes of complete panic, as we've seen from videos of the attack. People inside the synagogue trying to prevent the attacker from getting inside. We understand there were children inside at the time, so obviously in this panic and in this confusion, something unfortunately appears to have gone wrong, and one of the victims has lost their life as a result, it appears, from gunshots by Greater Manchester police officers. We are still waiting for a formal post-mortem to take place, but they said based on their initial inquiries, that is what they believe has happened. There is also an investigation now has been opened by the police watchdog, the IOPC. They said that is standard procedure in any incident where firearms are used by officers. But of course, the fact that they now believe the cause of death of one of the victims to be fire from Greater Manchester police officers, that will also form part of their inquiries going forward now.
Katie in Crumpsall for us, thank you very much indeed. Let's speak now to our political correspondent Rob Powell, who's in Westminster. And Rob, we heard at the vigil there in Crumpsall from the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police, who's also urging people not to protest in Manchester this weekend, particularly people who are protesting from a pro-Palestinian persuasion, because they need resources to make Jewish people feel more safe. And the same has been said in London as well.
It has, and we heard that from the Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy in that speech there. Quite a difficult moment, I thought, for the Deputy Prime Minister, with the heckling and the booing coming from the crowd there at that vigil. Clearly, a lot of the angst there seemed to be around the marches, but clearly there has been criticism from parts of the Jewish community anyway in the UK towards the government's actions recently with regards to the Middle East. We saw the UK government recognising Palestine as a state 2 or 3 weeks ago, which drew criticism from the UK Board of Deputies and the campaign against anti-Semitism as well. Clearly there is a live debate around how some of the marches should be handled in different parts of the UK as well. But I think that the fear really, or the concern and the anger there was around a situation being allowed to develop where, as it's seen by some anyway, an attack like this could happen, essentially. I think that is where the anger was coming from towards the government. The government's made it pretty clear, though, that it does not think that marches planned for this weekend should take place. We have heard from the Met that one protest due tomorrow in London, a call for that to be called off. That's in part because that protest is over the prescribed group Palestine Action. This government did prescribe Palestine Action back in July, but it means that when people are expressing support for the group, then they are arrested. So it takes up considerable police resource, given that at these protests you often see hundreds of people being arrested, being processed, usually through some infrastructure, tents, things like that, that are set up on Millbank, not far from where I'm talking to you now. The Home Secretary, when she was talking to us earlier, criticised the decision of those protesters not to cancel or postpone that march tomorrow. And she also, when she was speaking to us, Shabana Mahmood, said that she felt the fact that pro-Palestine protests went on yesterday was something that she found profoundly un-British. This is what she told us.
Some humanity could have been shown. I am disappointed that that humanity and solidarity wasn't shown to our Jewish community, and I have made sure that the police have all of the resources they need to ensure that they are able to police these protests. As we spoke about earlier, something like 40 arrests were made last night, and we will make sure that any protests that go ahead comply with the law, and where someone steps outside of the law of our land, they will be arrested.
Now, Shabana Mahmood was alongside David Lammy at that vigil. She was also this morning with the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, visiting the headquarters of Greater Manchester Police. I think the Prime Minister wanting to go there to say thank you to the emergency services, meeting around 40 first responders that were on the scene yesterday in Crumpsall in Manchester after that attack. Keir Starmer saying he had seen body-worn footage of the incident and of the response to it, and that he was sure that the response was appropriate, was quick, and that if it hadn't been as quick, then there would have been even more severe consequences. So clearly wanting to give his backing to officers in Greater Manchester, an important point to make, you would assume, given what we now know about how one of the victims died, potentially from the information we have now from the bullets of one of the firearms officers. Keir Starmer, with his wife as well, was at the scene of the attack yesterday. He visited there today, I think wanting to send out a message of solidarity to the Jewish community. He has spoken in the past about his wife's Jewish heritage, how as a family they adhere to and respect Jewish cultural events and principles. So I think that was important for him to be there to show that sense of solidarity and give that sense of reassurance. Part of the reason, of course, that you are getting from the government this call for protests to be postponed, and from the Met and from Greater Manchester Police as well, is so that more reassurance can be given to synagogues, to members of the Jewish community, by allowing police officers, freeing them up to be able to go and do other things rather than necessarily police these protests. As yet, though, it doesn't appear like any of these demos that are planned for tomorrow anyway are going to be called off.
Rob, in Westminster, thank you very much indeed. The Chief Rabbi, Sir Ephraim Mervis, has told Sky News the attack was the result of an unrelenting wave of Jew hatred and called for stricter laws to keep people more safe.
This was the day that we feared would come, but deep down we knew it was inevitable, given the deep tone of Jew hatred on the streets of this country, on university campuses, in social media, in some of the media. A lot of the Jew hate has gone by unchecked, and it was only a matter of time. We need a better legal framework which allows for our police forces to do what is necessary in order to ensure that the citizens of the UK are safe. We need to recognize that the unjust demonization of Israel spills over and contributes to an anti-Jewish tone in this country and also encourages extremism. We need to recognize that this is not only an attack on Jews, and it doesn't only affect the future of Jews. All of our Western civilization right now is on the front line, and we need to protect our values and to stand up for who we are and what we are about.
Chief Rabbi Sir Ephraim Mervis. Joining me now is the former Special Envoy to the UK Government on Post-Holocaust Issues, Lord Eric Pickles. Lord Pickles, good to see you.
Good afternoon.
Let me just pick up on something the Chief Rabbi there was saying, the increase in, not using the word anti-Semitism, in Jew hatred, making it abundantly clear from his point of view how bad things have got. What do you think?
Well, anti-Semitism and Jew hatred are the same. They're at record levels. The United Kingdom is a deeply anti-Semitic country, and we've seen incidents where children have been attacked on the tube, the elderly have been attacked, particularly Orthodox Jews who are easily identified have been attacked. I mean, this attack has been long expected, but it's still very shocking. And it starts in small things. And I'm afraid politicians have allowed Jews and Israel to be demonized and have looked the other way when people have called for the Intifada to be internationalized. The Intifada was internationalized in Manchester yesterday by the attempted massacre of considerable numbers of Jews.
Let me just come back a little bit. You think Britain is a deeply anti-Semitic country?
Well, that is what the statistics suggest. Our Jewish community, fellow Britons, no longer feel safe in their homes, in their communities. I mean, what other community, if it wants to hold a wedding or it wants to hold a religious service, has to rely on people guarding them in order to go in, has to rely on a degree of security. If you went to a church wedding tomorrow, or you went to a mosque, you wouldn't see that level of security, and that level of security is there because the Jewish community doesn't feel safe. And
Yes.
the events in Manchester prove that. You only have to look at the statistics produced by the Community Security Trusts at the level of anti-Semitic activity. And, you know, we like to pretend we are a liberal, democratic country. And the people seeking to undermine the Jewish community are ones that want to see that democracy brought down. And we've stood around and allowed people to chant from the river to the sea about the removal of Israel, about suggesting that that Jews somehow are less than human, and we've done nothing about it. And we are reaping what we sowed. Now, I'm pleased.
Lord Pickles,
So,
let me
I'm
just
so
come
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Isn't one of the situations that people do conflate the actions of the Israeli government with Jews? They are Jewish people running the Israeli government, but they don't speak for all Jews. They don't even speak for all Israelis. And isn't this where the problem lies? People can quite rightfully criticise the actions of that government, but it's often conflated with being anti-Semitic.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree with the word you said. You make your point for me. And I think we've allowed a situation of deep aggression towards Jewish people. Since the 7th of October, there was a degree of sympathy which evaporated by people who are determined to bring down the system. I mean, we forget.
But let me just come back at that, because others would argue that maybe the actions of the Israeli government has perpetuated some of that, and not least, by the way, the actions of Hamas as well. Let's not forget that in this as well. But some of the actions of the Israeli government have not helped the situation necessarily.
Well, that again is conflating. You give me a reasoned question a moment ago, and now you give me the exact opposite. It's that very conflating that I'm complaining about. We wouldn't seek to murder French people because of something that the president of France was doing. We wouldn't seek to go after Americans because of what Mr. Trump is saying. But somehow it's been open season on Jews in Britain. I'm sorry to use these really strong words, but I mean, I'm very pleased at the level of commitment that the government is giving in terms of offering security. But it does need to draw the dots together to understand that we need to change the atmosphere in this country, and we need to ensure that people who are calling for the deaths of Jews face severe consequences. And we've turned a blind eye to it. And if you turn the blind eye to that, you encourage people. It becomes the norm. I mean, Jewish students have difficulty being educated in universities, have to hide their Jewishness, have to hide their meetings. That's not a sign. These are fellow British subjects, and we're treating them somehow as though they're aliens.
The Israeli government has pointed the finger of blame after this, and it did the same after 2 young workers at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. were killed, pointed the finger of blame at European governments. It has said, and this is Gideon Saar in particular, the Israeli foreign minister, has said that they are being insightful. And obviously, since those 2 young people were killed in Washington, D.C., Britain and France and Canada have recognised a Palestinian state. Do you think there's something in what the Israeli government is accusing others of doing?
I think we need to recognise this sort of nihilist jihadist movement want to kill Jews. They're not interested really in a Palestinian state. They want simply to kill Jews. And what we saw in Manchester is an example of that. I mean, I'm very critical of my own government's recognition of the Palestinian state because I don't believe it achieved anything. For somebody who believes in the 2-state solution, I thought it should be part of a peace process. I think it's important for us to be able to identify where Israel is and where Palestine is. And I thought it was premature. And I think it's a great shame that the United Kingdom has essentially been sidelined in this latest peace deal. But That's what's happening in the Middle East. I'm really worried about what's happening on the streets of Manchester and of London, of Bradford, of Leicester. We need to ensure that our fellow citizens are safe. We need to ensure that people can no longer go around advocating their murder.
Citizens of all faiths and none, of course, because we've seen, haven't we, Lord Pickles, with terrorist attacks previously, where again people of all backgrounds have been victims. There has then been a backlash as people make presumptions as to the motive of the individual, make presumptions as to their religious background as well. Yes, Jewish people have been fearful for a long time, and security, as we heard from Baroness Berger earlier on Sky News today, have had security for as long as she can remember at Shore. Yeah. But the same with Muslims in this country as well. Not necessarily the exact same experience, but certainly there'll be concerns amongst Muslim people as to fear of a backlash, fear of people making up their own views on what has happened when perhaps they're not related to the truth of the situation.
What we need to understand is the people who are doing this want to achieve that, absolutely. In the same way that Hamas has used the population as human shields against our own evil intent. So the people committing these kind of things want to divide our society. Now, Manchester, I know Manchester really well. It's got a fantastic Muslim Jewish organisation. The faith groups work together extraordinarily well there. It's a community that speaks very well, but those aren't the people that are committing the atrocities. If we see some of our fellow citizens as the enemy within, then the jihadists have won.
Just one final point to make, because as we've been talking, Gideon Saar, the Israeli Foreign Minister, has put out a post on X, Lord Pickles, having met Yvette Cooper at her initiative following the horrific anti-Semitic terror attack in Manchester. I said that this is a decisive moment in the UK's own history for preserving its character, and it requires relentlessly combating the poisonous anti-Semitic movement. This is quite a lengthy one, so I won't read it in its entirety, because I'd just like to come back to you with a final point, because he does say, I emphasise that anti-Zionism is a form of anti-Semitism, also according to the IHRA definition, which I know, Lord Pickles, finally, to come back to you, is something that you have looked very, very closely at. What do you make of what Gideon Saar is saying there?
Well, I haven't, just rightly say, I haven't seen the full text. What the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition does is give people ways of identifying anti-Semitism. It's a non-legally binding definition, but what it says is that you can't really. I mean, you can't hide behind Zionism. You can't hide anti-Semitism behind Zionism. And I think sometimes people chant anti-Zionist when they're actually are really saying, are chanting against anti-Jews. Now, I know Gideon very well, I know Yvette very well, and I mean, I'm very hopeful that relations between our two countries can improve dramatically.
Lord Pickles, really appreciate your time this afternoon on Sky News. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have more from Manchester as further details emerge about yesterday's terror attack on a synagogue.
I witnessed the complete destruction of a place linked to my childhood memories.
This is insane.
I'm Yusra Al-Bagher, Sky's Africa correspondent based in Johannesburg, South Africa. I felt awe when we saw the mountain gorillas in Rwanda.
We call him the king of the jungle. This is the alpha silverback.
Sky News, get the full story first.
The Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, has been heckled and booed by some people attending a vigil for the victims of yesterday's terrorist attack at a synagogue in the Crumpsall area of Manchester. As David Lammy took the stage, there was vocal criticism of the government's policy on Palestine.
I have great pleasure in introducing our Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, and before I do, please, we know how we all feel.
Children's school was closed today. You have allowed this to happen. You're all guilty of all you have allowed Jew hatred in Manchester on the street. You have allowed it. You are all guilty. We do not want you speaking here today. Shame on you.
Well, David Lammy did eventually get to speak at the vigil, addressing the crowd of people who had gathered there.
Jewish people, our friends, our neighbours, our loved ones, are terrified by the events of yesterday, of becoming targets, victims of anti-Semitic hate, simply for who they are. But I know this about Britain's Jewish community, a community I have known all of my life. You are strong, you are resilient, and you will never be cowed.
Earlier, police said one of those who died in yesterday's attack on the synagogue was accidentally shot by one of their own officers. Greater Manchester Police has referred itself to the watchdog, the IOPC. Police have named the two victims of the attack as 66-year-old Melvin Kravitz and 53-year-old Adrian Dalby. Formal identification is yet to take place, but officers have said their families have been informed. The attacker has been named as Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. He drove into worshippers before stabbing a man and was then shot dead by police. His family is distancing itself from the attack in a statement saying the news from Manchester regarding the terrorist attack targeting a Jewish synagogue has been a profound shock to us. The al-Shami family in the UK and abroad strongly condemns this heinous act which targeted peaceful, innocent civilians. We fully distance ourselves from this attack and express our deep shock and sorrow over what has happened. Our hearts and thoughts are with the victims and their families, and we pray for their strength and comfort. The Prime Minister and his wife Victoria have visited Heaton Park Synagogue today, and they later went to Greater Manchester Police headquarters, where Keir Starmer praised officers for their actions and thanked them for how they had handled the terror attack.
I've been to the scene to pay my respects and to get a sense of what you were confronted with. I've also seen the body-worn cameras and the footage out of that. And I am absolutely clear in my mind as to the professionalism of the response, the speed of the response, and also that an absolutely awful incident would have been even worse if it hadn't been for your response. So thank you is a really important two words at a time like this. And I say thank you to each and every one of you, and through you to all the other people that were there responding yesterday, and ask that to be passed on to all of those. This was a dreadful attack, a terrorist attack, to inflict fear, attacking Jews because they are Jews. And it's really important today that the whole country comes together, people of all faiths and no faiths, to stand in support and solidarity with our Jewish community. And I know that your work and everything you've done will help to that end, but it is something the whole country now needs to do. We must defeat anti-Semitism, and that is the responsibility of all of us. It is the responsibility of government, and we will rise to that challenge